Chapter 425. Seeing Jing Jiu's pale face and the golden light in the bottom of his eyes, Zhao Liu fell silent. It wasn't quiet in the tranquil garden. The sounds of coughing could be heard once in a while. Lu Shui was sweeping the remaining snow and debris on the ground with the third broom he had made this year. His face was pale, and he coughed once or twice from time to time. The winters in the last few years had been a bit cold, and the Guocheng temple had been snowing. As a result, the Jinqi in his body had been in conflict with each other. The white cat walked into the garden. His gaze moved back and forth between the pale faces of Jing Jiu and Lu Shui, full of pity. This pair of master and servant didn't have a good life at the moment, but Zhao Liu was the opposite. She looked much fairer now, with 2 healthy blushes on her cheeks, looking like an apple, tender and tasty. She was completely different from the girl with short, messy hair and dust all over her body when she was on the Sword Peak. The white cat walked slowly to the front of the corridor and leaped onto the wooden floor. He stepped on her knee and elongated his body to rub against her face. Then he crouched down in her bosom. The Guocheng Temple was the largest temple in the world, and it focused on cultivating the Buddha in peace. It had a very high status in the minds of the mortals. The villagers in the vicinity didn't dare disturb the masters with firecrackers until the New Year's Day. Though there was no sound of firecrackers, the smell of the New Year's Day drifted over from the outside of the temple. Some of them were barbecued pork ribs, some were pickled fish, and some were freshly slaughtered pigs. Even though they were outside the human world and isolated by the great formation of the Zen sects, they still couldn't block out these sensations of the mortal world. This was the reason why it was so difficult to cultivate and comprehend the Zen. A few groups in Chaotian were heading toward the Guocheng Temple like these smells. This year was the 300-year anniversary of the death of the late emperor, so the royal family sent a delegation to Zhaoge City. The late emperor pretended to be dead after his abdication and passed away in the Guocheng Temple. This was one of the biggest secrets of the Jing imperial court. As such, the delegation was small in number. Besides the accompanying cavalrymen, there were only 2 officials. The official next to Duke Lu looked very calm and composed. No one knew which noble's son he was. Only the Guocheng Temple, Zhongzhou School, Aoyama Sect, Shuiyu Nunnery, and Yamatai knew about this matter. As usual, they would also send representatives. However, it had been 300 years and it was not a big deal. They just sent young disciples to burn incense to express their sincerity. At the top of Tianguang Peak, the clouds and mist had dispersed, and the sun was shining brightly. Zhuo Ruzhui knelt in front of the stone tablet, thinking that it was better to lie down than to kneel. What was his master trying to do? The sect master of Aoyama, Lu Ci, looked at his disciple and said, "Why are you always so lazy? Don't learn from him. Some things can't be learned." Zhuo Ruzhui said helplessly, "I'm really sleepy. Cultivation consumes too much energy. If I don't use my free time to recuperate, do I have to look around? Is that why you keep your eyelids drooping and don't look anyone in the eye?" Lu Ci said coldly, "When you go to the Guocheng Temple this time, you have to look when it's necessary. Don't make a mistake and don't miss anything." After a moment of silence, Zhuo Ruzhui said, "This disciple obeys your master." For some reason, Shuiyu Nunnery didn't send anyone to the Guocheng Temple. The representative from Yamatai was Shiyun. He didn't go to the Cloud Dream Mountain 3 years ago to participate in the reunion of the participants of the Tao competition. It was said that he was editing the book he had written in the illusionary realm. Now, that he could come to the Guocheng Temple, it meant that he had finished editing the book and had improved his cultivation state. 2 people came to the Zhongzhou School. Bai Qianjun had recovered from his injury, and his cultivation state of the Yuanying state was more stable, but he was a lot quieter than before. The other disciple had a higher status than him. He walked in the front with a veiled hat covering his head. When he passed by the plaque of the Guocheng Temple, he stopped and looked at it for a while before he started walking again. The representative from Aoyama was Zhuo Ruzhui instead of Guan Nanshan, the principal disciple of the sect master. It was because Guan Shan and the young swordsmen of Lianwang Peak had gone to White Town with their masters to support the army of the imperial court in the snowland. The Zhongzhou school didn't send Tong Yin because Tong Yin was still digging a tunnel underground. He had been digging in the dark underground for a few years, and he had dug through many mountains and rivers before he finally arrived at the deep part of the Earth source. Looking at the glowing green sky mirror wrapped in the cold ice a few miles ahead, he found that he had arrived a few years ahead of schedule. He had miscalculated one thing. There was nothing in the world that was as familiar as hands and ears. He could even become familiar with things like digging holes, and thus become even faster. The dim light emitted by the green sky mirror illuminated the cave in the deep part of the Earth's source and his face. It was unclear whether it was because the light was too weak or it was too dark under the ground, but his raised eyebrows seemed to be a bit thicker than before. The reason he raised his eyebrows was because he didn't understand why the formidable energy that had been high above him had suddenly disappeared. Where did the Master Unicorn go? According to the sect rules of the Zhongzhou school, the unicorn, as the divine guardian animal of the mountain, couldn't leave the Cloud Dream Mountain. It was better this way because he didn't have to worry about being discovered by the Master Unicorn and torn to pieces. Thinking of all this, he walked to the front of the green sky mirror and found the layer of ice outside the mirror was a few feet thick, looking like a huge glass cube. He reached out his hand to the surface of the ice and found the cold intent was rather dreadful. Even he felt a bone-piercing pain. Judging from the touch, this layer of ice was extremely hard, and it would be hard to break it open even with a flying sword. Sensing his arrival, a few dim lights emerged in the green sky mirror, which refracted the ice into a strange light. The figure of Qing appeared gradually. Because of the refraction, her figure was a bit distorted and very faint, as if she would disappear at any moment. Seeing Tong Yin, Qing showed a surprised expression on her small face. She rushed to the edge of the ice, but she couldn't get out, as if she was locked inside. "Are you here to save me?" "No," replied Tong Yin calmly while looking at her. Qing looked at him in bewilderment, asking, "What are you doing here then?" Tong Yin said, "I heard your cry for help, so I came here to ask you what had happened." Back when he heard Qing cry for help in the manor cave left behind by Lo Huainan, he had figured out many things. His master wouldn't respond. If he wanted to know what had happened, he had to come to the front of the green sky mirror and ask in person. As such, he began to dig a hole in the ground. He had dug for 6 years without rest, and he had finally arrived here. Qing asked in a trembling voice, "I don't know how you came here, but you must have gone through a lot of hardships. And you? Did you come here just to ask me a question?" "Yes," said Tong Yin. Qing couldn't understand it. "Is the truth so important?" she asked while staring at him. Tong Yin said calmly, "The go pieces are black and white. The color is very important to me, and what I cultivate is the way of chess. The way of chess is to solve problems, and solving problems is to find the answers. Living was a process of searching for the answers. However, some people found that the problems couldn't be solved or it was too tiring to solve them, so they gave up. Yet, there were still many people who were searching for the answers. Zhao Leiyu had searched for many years, and she had finally found the answer she wanted to know the most, but she wasn't sure what her cultivation path would be in the future. Lu Shui didn't have any problems, so there was no need to search for the answers, except for the conflicts of Jinqi in his body. Jingjiu had only 2 questions. Who had done something to the formation of dispersed smoke and clouds so that he couldn't sever the cause and effect after his ascension and the fairy body didn't exist? And who had sneak attacked him and knocked him down to the mortal world? He had already found the answer to the latter question. He was still searching for the former, but he had already known the answer. Insan was still searching for the answer in the Buddhist scripts. How could he combine his spiritual soul and this body perfectly? The chilly wind came out from the heavenly well, but it was suppressed and dispersed by countless amulets, and then dispersed by the ocean wind. In a forest not far away, the courtyard of Shuiyu Nunnery could be vaguely seen. There was a round window in the deepest part of the quiet room, facing the snowy lake. It was a beautiful scene. There was no wind here, and the lamp on the windowsill didn't sway. But for some reason, it felt a bit faint, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Guodong gave herself this name because she didn't like winter and wanted to pass as soon as possible. It was probably for this reason that she had been sleeping the entire time. Her long eyelashes didn't blink, and she breathed only once in a long while. The small green curtain sedan was parked outside the quiet room, and Shui Yu Nunnery sat by the lake outside the window. They looked at the lamp, and the question in their hearts was, how much longer can you burn? Many people didn't like winter. The only good thing about winter was the festivities and food during the new year, as well as new clothes. There were 3 days left before the new year. The people who came to attend the ceremony of worshipping the pagoda arrived at the Guocheng Temple one after another. Standing in the tranquil garden, Zhuo Ruzhui looked at the remaining snow on the eaves with a grave expression, wondering how cold it would be in the snowland if the seashore of the East Ocean was so cold. Your cultivation state is still low, so don't think about going to the north, Jingjiu said calmly, while looking at him. Zhuo Ruzhui wondered why Jingjiu had the same attitude as his master. Senior Master Bai and Senior Master Mo have led the brothers of Liangwang Peak to White Town, he said. How can I stay in the south? Jingjiu said, I don't agree with what Liangwang Peak is doing. If something serious happens, the young disciples will die if they go there. Zhuo Ruzhui disagreed, saying, some things have to be done. Jingjiu said, you can go there after you enter the broken sea state. Zhuo Ruzhui understood the logic after some thought. Senior Master, are you expressing your confidence in me? He asked with a strange expression on his face. That's right, Jingjiu said. It's okay for those disciples who don't have a bright future like Jian Riyun to take risks, but you have a bright future ahead of you, so you have to cherish your life. Zhuo Ruzhui asked while staring into Jingjiu's eyes. What if the monster invasion comes? It has come many times, Jingjiu said calmly. If it were Lu Shui or any other disciple of Liangwang Peak, they would continue to argue with Jingjiu. Yet, Zhuo Ruzhui thought what his master and Jingjiu said was reasonable. A genius like himself should be saved for the critical moment to turn the tide and save the world from the disaster. And he was indeed a bit lazy. This was probably the reason why Jingjiu appreciated him. Senior Master, I think the environment here is nice. I like to stay here. Zhuo Ruzhui thought the tranquil garden was quite tranquil, much better than the guest house arranged for him by the Guocheng Temple. Zhao Liu suddenly opened her eyes and said, I don't have any room. Zhuo Ruzhui immediately lost his spirit. He turned around and walked toward the outside, muttering with drooping eyes, she bears a grudge. She bears a grudge too much. The next day, Monk Duhai led a few doctor monks back from White Town. Zen Master stayed there with the Broadsword King to guard the place. Monk Duhai came to the tranquil garden as soon as possible. He told Jingjiu about the situation in the snowland and asked Jingjiu what he thought about it. Jingjiu wondered why Jingjiu came to ask him about such a matter. Monk Duhai turned around and left without saying anything after letting out a smile. On the same night, Duke Lu came to the tranquil garden. The tranquil garden had many visitors, making it quite lively. It seemed that the whole of Chaotian had learned that Jingjiu and Zhao Liu were hiding in the Guocheng Temple, listening to the scripts and cultivating the Zen method. Duke Lu was well aware of Jingjiu's temperament, so he didn't tell him anything about the snowland or the situation in the imperial court. All he did was tell him a few interesting things that had happened to the Jing family. Jing Shang's job at Taichung Temple was still as leisurely as before, and Jingli became the study partner of the Prince Jing Yao in the imperial palace and cultivated the magic methods of Aoyama together. But he seemed to have encountered some issues regarding his marriage. Seeing that Jingjiu was listening to him attentively, Duke Lu felt relieved, thinking that he had made the right bet. In the eyes of Lu Shui and Zhao Liu, Jingjiu was much more talkative than before, and he looked much more lively. However, in the eyes of people like Duke Lu, as Jingjiu's cultivation state grew higher and his reputation grew higher, his fairy aura seemed to grow thicker. They were truly worried that Jingjiu would ignore the affairs of the world. If so, how would they, the people left behind by Jing Jiao, live in a world? After Duke Lu left, Lu Shui mopped the floor one more time, wiping away all the footprints left by him and Zhuruzhui. Jing Jiao said to him, "It will be quite lively tomorrow. You should stay away from here. Don't come over." Though not many people attended the ceremony, they represented the Jing imperial court and various major cultivation sections. If they found out that Lu Shui, who should be in the sword jail of Aoyama, was here, it would be inconvenient. Lu Shui had the same thought, so he nodded in agreement. Zhao Liu glanced at Jing Jiao, knowing that it was not the reason. The ceremony began the next day. It was not much different from visiting tombs among the common people, except that there were more monks chanting outside the tranquil garden. Jing Jiao, of course, did not participate in the ceremony. He sat in the guest room in the deep part of the tranquil garden, listening to the chanting outside and looking at the white banners fluttering in the cold wind. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Liu brewed a cup of tea for Jing Jiao and pushed it to him on the floor. She didn't ask him to go out. Only 6 people were qualified to enter the tranquil garden and worship the small stone pagoda. They were Duke Lu and the official of the imperial court, Zhuruzhui, Shiyun by Qianjun, and the disciple of Zhongzhou school wearing the veil hat. Monk Duhai and Monk Dachong welcomed them by the side of the pagoda. Seeing that the disciple of Zhongzhou school was still wearing the veil hat, they couldn't help but feel displeased. It was not until this time that Shi Yun learned that the late emperor had become a monk in the Guoqing temple and was even buried here. He was shocked, thinking that it was no wonder that the Guoqing temple and the royal family were so close. Seeing Monk Duhai and Monk Dachong's expressions, he turned around and saw the disciple of Zhongzhou school wearing the veil hat. "Please take off your hat," he said. Since the monks of Guoqing temple were the hosts, it was inconvenient for them to say anything. Yamatai had always been like this. Bai Qianjun looked at him and said coldly, "Watch your mouth." Shi Yun looked at him and said calmly, "Are you sure that you are awake? Do you still consider yourself an emperor?" He referred to what had happened in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. Hearing this, the expression on Bai Qianjun's face changed slightly, turning a bit livid. He had resorted to every possible means in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror, and in the end, he had become the ruler of the world. Unexpectedly, the fairy book had fallen into the hands of Jing Jiao. This event had become a legendary story in the cultivation circle, and he had become the biggest joke. Though the scholar Yamatai was not someone who would hold a grudge, he would never forget it. In the illusionary realm, the emperor of Qin had killed Shi Yun, slaughtered his disciples, and forbade his teachings. He couldn't forget such a deep hatred even though he had left the illusionary realm. The so-called rules of the Tao competition couldn't control the hearts of people. It was then that the disciple of Zhongzhou school wearing the veil hat asked slowly, "Are you sure that you are qualified to ask me to take off my hat?" His voice was pleasant to hear, but the tone was a bit strange, like that of a child who had just learned how to speak and was not proficient yet. If Lu Shui were here, he would recall Jing Jiao, who had just arrived in the small village 30 years ago. Most importantly, the voice of this disciple of Zhongzhou school seemed to contain countless clouds and fog, which entered the listeners' hearts through their ears, making it difficult for them to breathe. Shi Yun held his breath slightly, knowing that his opponent had a very high cultivation state, and that he was far from his match. Yet he didn't give up. "The dead are the most important," he said while looking at the person. "Moreover, he is the late emperor. What you said makes sense. The dead are always worthy of sympathy. But you have to remember that even the emperor is not qualified to ask me to take off my hat, not to mention a junior like you." The disciple of Zhongzhou school took off his hat and yelled at Shi Yun. Shi Yun felt a pain in his chest, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people in the tranquil garden were stunned, speechless, when they saw the face of the disciple of Zhongzhou school and the 2 horns on his head. Chapter 426. Shi Yun coughed up blood incessantly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was wondering who this person was to be able to shake the foundation of his Tao heart with just a single sentence. The skin on that person's face was very smooth, and he looked quite young, but some bulging veins could be vaguely seen under the skin, which looked like the vines of a tree extending upward and protruding above his forehead, forming two horns the length of a finger. He was definitely not a regular disciple of the Center sect. Seeing the two horns, Shi Iyun and the others in the Tranquil Garden thought of one possibility at the same time, but they felt that it was impossible. Monk Duhai was the principal justice of the Guoqing Temple. He was the fourth or fifth most important person in the temple. His cultivation state and seniority were the highest among all the people present. He waved his monk sleeves to bring Shi Yun to his side. Looking at the strange man from Zhongzhou school, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He asked, "May I know who you are? Since you don't dare to call this old man by his name, then continue to pretend that you don't know who I am." That person snorted coldly and said, "Equal to the heavens, all living things of spirits. You can call me Qi Ling." Hearing this name, the people in the Tranquil Garden no longer had any wishful thinking. They knew that it was indeed that person who had come. Their eyes were full of terror. It was just that the pronunciation was slightly different, so how could people not guess his identity? Monk Duhai, Monk Dechong, Duke Liu, and the others hastily stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The unicorn was the divine guardian animal of Zhongzhou school, and he had a formidable prowess. He had lived tens of thousands of years since ancient times. In all of Chaotian, the round turtle of Aoyama was the only one who had lived longer than him. To say nothing of the people present, even the elders in the hermit peaks of Aoyama and the back valley of Cloud Dream were his juniors. Zhuo Ruzhui lowered his head and looked at the cattail hassock in front of the small stone tower. He did not raise his head, nor did he bow. No one knew what he was thinking. Monk Duhai bowed and said, "I wonder, why did Mr. Qi appear in the human world today?" "I'm looking for someone," said Qi Ling indifferently. Monk Duhai's expression changed slightly, asking, "Who is it?" The people in the Tranquil Garden were also astonished, wondering who in this world was worth this person leaving the Cloud Dream Mountain just to see. Qi Ling suddenly shouted, "Jing Jiao, come out!" The roar was like a landslide. A fierce wind blew in the Tranquil Garden. The white banner fluttered in the wind as if it would be torn into pieces at any moment. Smoke and dust were shaken out from the cracks in the flagstones, dazzling the eyes. A moment later, the echoes of the roar gradually disappeared. The smoke and dust settled again, and there was no other movement. After a moment of silence, Qi Ling turned to Zhuo Ruzhui and asked, "Where is he?" Zhuo Ruzhui lowered his head and looked at the dust that was scattered evenly on the ground. He looked calm, but he was actually shocked. The back of his shirt was soaked in cold sweat. Qi Ling's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut into his Tao tree. "I don't know what you're talking about," Zhuo Ruzhui said listlessly. "If you're looking for my martial uncle, you have to go to Aoyama. This is the Guoqing Temple." Qi Ling ignored him and said in a cold voice, "Jing Jiao is studying Buddhism here. Has he become a tortoise?" Of course, the ancestor of your Aoyama sect was a tortoise to begin with. Zhuo Ruzhui curled his lips, thinking that he would stab Qi Ling a few times with his sword if he could defeat him. Otherwise, how could he face the Master Round Turtle when he returned to Tianguang Peak? Duke Liu wanted to step out and say something, but he couldn't even breathe due to the formidable energy of this divine animal from ancient times, let alone open his mouth. Qi Ling's voice grew increasingly brutal as he said, "If you don't come out, I'll tear down this garden and this shabby temple." Monk Duhai couldn't bear listening to him any longer. He took a step forward against the formidable energy and sighed, "Old mister, if so, our Guoqing Temple has no choice but to deploy the Great Formation." The cultivation sects in Chaotian had their own resources, so they all had formidable Great Formations of their mountain gates. Qi Ling shot him a sideways glance and asked, "Little monk, do you think that formation can trap this old man?" Monk Duhai said with a bitter smile, "I hope it can trap you for 3 days. I believe that Zen Master will be able to come back from the snowland by then." This was supposed to be a threat, but it sounded rather helpless when it came out from this highly achieved monk's mouth. The Guechang Temple seldom had the experience of fighting with others, let alone facing such an important figure that day. Moreover, the divine animal unicorn of Zhongzhou School had been a friend of the grandmaster of the Zen sects, and the Guechang Temple had been built with the help of the unicorn. As such, it was impossible for the Guechang Temple to attack him with all its strength. Qi Ling had sensed the hidden meaning in this statement. This is a matter between me and the Aoyama sect. You guys shouldn't get involved, he said with a slightly relieved expression. Monk Duhai sighed and advised, for the sake of the late emperor, could old Mr. talk about it after the worship of the pagoda is over? The imperial court of the Jing clan has always been filial to me. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind putting it aside for the time being, but not today. Qi Ling fixed his gaze on the deep end of the tranquil garden, revealing an irresistible energy. There was a reason why he chose to make things difficult for Jingjiu today. The time before Jingjiu finally assimilated the fairy book was the most likely to go wrong. If he was disturbed, all of his previous efforts would be in vain. Bai Junren still hoped to carry out the original plan and let the fairy awareness enter Jingjiu's body successfully. If it didn't work, he could kill Jingjiu later. It was obvious that Jingjiu wanted to use the time of the worship of the pagoda to get through this period. How could Bai Junren allow such a thing to happen? Sensing the terrifying energy exuded by Qi Ling, the people in the tranquil garden became very nervous and quiet. Monk Duhai had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that the Guochang Temple had to stop all of this, so he was ready to break the prayer beads on his wrist to inform the chief monk to come out of closed-door training and activate the great formation in the temple. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke out in the tranquil garden. A door was pushed open. At the same time, a clear and emotionless female voice rang out. "Master, wait a minute. There's no need to disturb the chief monk. We are guests. How can we embarrass our host?" Zhao Leiyu and Jingjiu walked out from the back room of the tranquil garden. Coming to the middle of the courtyard, Jingjiu looked at Qi Ling and asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, all the people in the tranquil garden were stunned. Qi Ling's words and behavior were extremely overbearing, but no matter how angry they didn't dare to criticize him. Instead, they were very respectful, even to the wounded Qi Yun. It was because the opponent was the unicorn. No matter how rude and unruly Zhuoruzhui behaved, he only dared to stare at the ground. How could he dare to look at the opponent? But Jingjiu dared to look at the opponent's eyes in such a calm and composed manner. How could he not know who the opponent was? Yet, Qi Ling didn't show any reaction. In his eyes, Jingjiu should behave in such a manner, if Bai Junren's guess was correct. Looking into Jingjiu's eyes, Qi Ling said with an indifferent expression, "I've come to ask you one thing. If you don't give me a good answer, I'll kill you." "Speak," said Jingjiu. A painful and brutal expression showed in Qi Ling's eyes as he yelled sternly, "Why did you kill the old dragon?" Hearing this, the people in the tranquil garden were shocked again, unable to believe their ears. Back when the fiend prison was in turmoil, Zhaovia City suffered many earthquakes. Though the populace didn't know the reason, they knew the truth. The king of the underworld broke out of the prison and perished together with the old dragon. Judging from what Qi Ling said, it seemed that this event had something to do with Jingjiu. Even though Jingjiu was in the middle state of the free travel and the strongest swordsman of the young generation, he was not qualified to participate in a fight of such a high level, let alone back then. In the next moment, the people remembered some details of the incident in the fiend prison. Before the old dragon left the ground, a figure had escaped from the fiend prison at high speed. It was said that the Pure Heaven Bureau of the Imperial Court and the Zhongzhou School were still searching for this person. Was it possible that Qi Yun and Bai Qianjun fixed their gazes on Jingjiu? They recalled the miraculous movement of Jingjiu in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror and had a preposterous feeling. Among these people, Duke Liu was the one who knew the inside story best. It was he who arranged for Jingjiu to enter the fiend prison back then. Hearing what Qi Ling said, Qi Ling felt his legs turn to jelly. I'm the chief of Taichung Temple, and I'm in charge of the fiend prison. Do you have any proof for what you said? He asked. If I had proof, he would have died a long time ago. Qi Ling yelled. The violent wind whipped up again in the tranquil garden, followed by an unimaginably formidable energy. Everybody felt it hard to breathe. Jing Jiao, who was in the center of the energy, was like a boat in the eye of the storm, on the verge of being destroyed. It was then that a cat's meow suddenly burst out outside the tranquil garden. Chapter 427. There were many halls in the Guocheng Temple. Some were big, some were small, some were high, some were low, some were near the mountains, and some were near the lake. The Chanhua Hall was located in the west of the backyard. It was secluded and quiet. The scenery here was ordinary, so few people came here. But no one knew that if one sat on the eaves on the left side of the Chanhua Hall, he could see the tranquil garden through the two hills in front of him. At this time, a white cat was squatting on the eaves of the Chanhua Hall. Its long hair was covered with dust. It looked a little embarrassed, but its eyes were full of enjoyment. Speaking of watching a show, this was the best place. Looking at the student of the Zhongzhou school in the tranquil garden, the white cat stretched out its right paw and licked its sharp claws. Its eyes showed cruelty and bloodthirst. This Kirin dared to transform and walk in the human world. It was courting death. There were 2 divine beasts in the Zhongzhou school, and 4 guardians in the Aoyama. In the early years, the 2 sides competed for status in the cultivation world, so it was inevitable that there would be many conflicts. In terms of hatred, the white cat wanted to kill the old dragon the most, but it didn't like the Kirin at all. 3,000 years ago, it joined hands with a monster chicken to fight against the Kirin and lost. It seemed that it could finally take revenge today. Seeing the Kirin turn around in the tranquil garden, it meowed again. This meow sounded a little lazy, but it actually had an extremely violent killing intent. If you dare to attack Jingjiao, I will kill you. Its pupils suddenly shrank to the size of small beans, revealing a dangerous emotion. This ugly deer was going to risk its life? It stood up, stepped on the small stone statue on the eaves, and meowed mournfully in the direction of the tranquil garden. In the tranquil garden, Qi Ling turned around, looked into Jing Jiao's eyes, and said indifferently, "You're just a cat. What's there to be afraid of?" Jing Jiao's voice was still calm, as if he was narrating a simple fact. "You transformed, so you're no match for it." Qi Ling curled his lips and said mockingly, "Years ago, it and the monster chicken joined hands, but they were still no match for me." Jing Jiao said, "If you don't suppress your realm and reveal your true form, you will attract heavenly thunder. When that happens, you will die a horrible death." The unicorn had the most powerful magic, and his age was almost as long as the round turtles, and his fighting prowess was on par with the dead dogs. Besides those figures in the heavenly arrival state, nobody among the human cultivation practitioners could be a match for him. It could be said that he was the being of the highest state in Chaotian, save for the one in the Snowy Kingdom. The only thing that could threaten him was Tian Fa. The school rules of Zhongzhou School forbade him from leaving the Cloud Dream Mountain. In fact, in a sense, it was to use the Cloud Dream formation to conceal his breath. If he wanted to defeat the white ghouls, he would have to reveal his true form. By then, as Jing Jiao had said, he would be in great danger. "If you force me into a corner, I'll take the risk of revealing myself and killing you all. I'll use up my 1,000 years of cultivation, use my life true treasure to protect myself, and then I'll be able to return to the central continent." Qi Ling's voice was very calm, so it was easy for others to believe that it was true. "You know, I didn't kill the Azure Dragon. Is it worth it to lose 1,000 years of your lifespan to kill me?" Jing Jiao's countenance was still calm, and his voice was devoid of any emotion. Like the human cultivation practitioners, the divine animals lived for the purpose of cultivation and longevity. Once the accumulated cultivation was lost, 1,000 years of life would be in vain. This was what Jing Jiao meant when he said he would lose 1,000 years of his lifespan. But it died because of you. A hint of sorrow showed in the deep end of Qi Ling's eyes again, and a lethal intent arose. Jingjiu said calmly while staring into his eyes, "It died because of its own greed." What he said was the truth. He didn't kill the Azure Dragon. In the fiend prison, he had just learned the underworld fairy sword, and was like a mosquito to the Azure Dragon. He could make the Azure Dragon feel uncomfortable and even painful, but he couldn't do any real harm to it. Even if the king of the underworld wished to kill the Azure Dragon, she would have to employ a method to merge with the spiritual soul of the Azure Dragon, and then die together with it. The divine animals like the unicorn and the Azure Dragon had natural divine bodies that were almost indestructible. If the Azure Dragon hadn't been so greedy that he wanted to eat Jingjiu and the king of the underworld, he wouldn't have been able to be killed. And don't you know the evil deeds the Azure Dragon has done in the fiend prison? Do you want me to tell you now? Jingjiu said with a nonchalant expression. Ling said sharply, "Shut up. No matter how eloquent you are, you will die today for sure." As he said this, the energy from the ancient times enshrouded the tranquil garden again. This time, the lethal intent contained in the energy was more intense and tangible. By Qianjun, Shi Yun, and the monk Dachong couldn't stand still anymore. They sat down on the ground with their legs crossed and employed the Zhenyuan Zen method to protect their sea of awareness, closing their eyes. Duke Lu had already fallen to the ground. Staring at the ground, Zhuorujui's clothes were soaked with cold sweat again. "Young senior master is the treasure of our Aoyama, much more precious than me. You killed him like this. Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" He yelled sternly. A being like the unicorn was too formidable for a young disciple like Zhuorujui. If he hadn't seen the round turtle so often and gotten used to it, he wouldn't have spoken at all. The Aoyama often killed people, but rarely threatened anyone. If it happened once in a while, it must be serious. The meowing of a cat could be heard in the distance, sounding extremely dreadful. Ling lifted his head to look at the sky, a hint of tiredness showing in his eyes. Tens of thousands of years ago in Chaotian, the Zhongzhou school and the Aoyama sect didn't exist yet. At the time, he and the old dragon traveled across the mountains and seas, killing and eating whoever they wanted to. Under such circumstances, he would swallow Jingjiu whole, even though the white ghost was watching from a distance. He didn't care about the war between the Aoyama sect and the Zhongzhou school. The lives would be plunged into misery and suffering. Those who died were humans, so it had nothing to do with him. He pulled back his gaze and looked at Jingjiu, saying calmly, "It looks like it'll be hard to kill you today." Jingjiu said, "Yes." Ling said, "I won't leave like this. You have to pay the price for what you have done. At least, you can't keep the fairy book any longer." It seemed that the Zhongzhou school had already found out something. Even though they didn't have any evidence, they were convinced that the turmoil in the fiend prison was caused by Jingjiu. Under the circumstances, it was unacceptable for the Zhongzhou school to let Jingjiu keep the fairy book of longevity. He made this request on behalf of the Zhongzhou school. Though it was not a reasonable request, it was nevertheless reasonable. Duke Lu and the others opened their eyes and looked at Jingjiu, wondering if he would agree to the request. Jingjiu said, "You have said so much. In fact, this is the purpose of your visit today. If the unicorn really wanted to kill him, why would he reveal his identity in the Guocheng temple?" The purpose of the Zhongzhou school was to make use of the fiend prison to disrupt the final process of tempering the fairy book. Ling said, "In the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror, the process of you obtaining the fairy book was improper and against the rules. Even though we didn't say anything, it doesn't mean we won't talk forever." What Jingjiu wanted to know was why the Zhongzhou school didn't show up until today, though it had been 6 years since the event, and he had tempered most of the fairy awareness in the fairy book. It wasn't until now that Jingjiu had figured out the reason why the unicorn showed up. The fairy book of longevity would be tempered soon, and it would probably be done tonight. This was the most crucial moment. If the process was disturbed or even interrupted, he would most likely be attacked by the remaining fairy awareness in the fairy book, and he might even die right away. What the unicorn intended to do was to kill Jingjiu to avenge the old dragon, but in fact he intended to disturb Jing Jiu's mental state, and his ultimate goal was to kill Jing Jiu. Being controlled by the fairy awareness was no different from death. It was even worse. Though it seemed to be a roundabout way, if he died in the process of tempering the fairy book tonight, the whole event would have nothing to do with the unicorn. Nobody was willing to wage an all-out war against the Aoyama sect, not even the Zhongzhou school, which was known as the leader of the orthodox cultivation sections. The unicorn had a plan to interrupt the process of tempering the fairy book. Jing Jiu didn't want to waste too much time at the beginning, so he asked directly, "What is the right way?" Qi Ling said nonchalantly, "As long as you can prove that you have a strength far superior to your peers, this old man will admit that you are qualified to obtain the fairy book." Jing Jiu asked calmly, "How can I prove it?" Qi Ling said, "I'll suppress my cultivation state to the Yuanying state, and you'll use your flying sword to withstand 3 strikes from me. As long as you survive, you'll win." Zhuo Rujui's gloomy voice rang out, "You're really shameless." Xian opened his eyes and said angrily, "It's a false accusation if you don't have any proof. This fight is bullying the weak. I object to it." A cultivator in the Yuanying state had a slight advantage over a cultivator in the middle state of the free travel, and he only needed to withstand 3 strikes. It seemed fair. However, the unicorn was born with a godly body that was indestructible, and his strength could shake the heavens. The human cultivation practitioners were no match for him, so this fight was not fair at all. The crowd thought that Jing Jiu wouldn't accept it, and it was the truth. "I'm not stupid," Jing Jiu said earnestly while staring at Qi Ling. Qi Ling said icily, "I believe that you don't want to push me to the last step. This is my last condition." Jing Jiu said, "I want benefits." The expression in Qi Ling's eyes changed slightly, as he thought that the immortal guessed that this person was the reincarnation of Jing Yang, but it didn't seem like it. Jing Jiu didn't know what was on Qi Ling's mind, as he said, "The Zhongzhou school wants to lend me the green sky mirror. I'd like to enter the illusionary realm to study it again." After the Dao competition, Bai Zhenren didn't summon Qing for questioning, but she had seen many things that had happened in the green sky mirror. The phrase, "the bright sun," was the most suitable one in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. The unicorn thought that he had guessed Jing Jiu's intention, flashing a cruel smile as he said, "Okay." Even if he didn't use his full strength, he could still wound Jing Jiu severely. If Jing Jiu was attacked by the fairy book, he would become a dead person or a living dead person. By then, it would be useless even if he lent the green sky mirror to Jing Jiu after it was sealed in ice. Would Jing Jiu still be able to see it? Jing Jiu didn't say anything more. He stood sideways and put his left hand holding the fairy book behind his back, and drew out the iron sword from behind his shoulder with his right hand, pointing it straight at Qi Ling. Seeing this, the crowd was stunned speechless. He had actually accepted the condition. Taking 3 blows from the unicorn head-on was assured death. Monk Duhai intended to stop him, but Qi Ling stopped him with a sneer. He looked at Jing Jiu and said earnestly, "You're an interesting junior, but I won't let you win." Zhuo Rujui was stunned, thinking that though it was the style of the Aoyama sect to wield the sword when encountering a powerful foe, it was not the style of the young senior master. Seeing Jing Jiu holding the sword in a graceful manner, and thinking of the scene where Jing Jiu was lying in a pool of blood, Zhuo Rujui yelled out with his blood boiling. Chapter 428. Zhuo Rujui was very excited. He yelled loudly, and his voice cracked at the end. It sounded a bit ridiculous. What he said was even more absurd and ridiculous. Everyone knew that Jing Jiu held the fairy book in his left hand and couldn't let it go, so he could only put it behind his back. But what he said sounded like he was really letting the Kylan use one of his hands. Besides, a sword practitioner in the state of free travel didn't need the help of the sword incantation. What was the difference between 1 hand and 2 hands? The Kylan ignored this crazy disciple of Aoyama, who dared not look at him with his head lowered. He stared into Jing Jiu's eyes and said, "Right here." Zhao Liu suddenly said, "You've lived for tens of thousands of years, but you can't even control your strength. Who did you live on?" She had been silent for a long time. She suddenly said something that she would never say under normal circumstances because she was really nervous at this time. She didn't know what this tranquil garden meant to Jingjiao, but she believed that Jingjiao would benefit more here. Anyway, I didn't live on your dog, the Kylan said indifferently. He didn't pay attention to this crazy disciple of Aoyama who kept staring at a distant hall and asked, "Shall we start?" As he spoke, he stared into Jing Jio's eyes. Both he and Bai Jinren were suspicious of Jing Jio's background. If he was really the reincarnation of Jing Yang, they would pay more attention to him, even though he was only in the middle state of free travel and could be killed with a flick of his finger. Jing Jio didn't say anything. He moved his wrist slightly, and the tip of the black iron sword tilted up slightly. This movement was very casual and calm, hiding his extreme confidence. In the eyes of the Kylan, it was extremely provocative. The Kylan looked indifferent. He flicked his right hand, and a smoke-like straight line attacked toward Jingjio's face. The smoke looked very thin, but it gave people a horrible feeling, as if it were as heavy as a mountain. Seeing this, Zhao Lei's expression changed slightly. She knew she couldn't block it. Most importantly, even if she wanted to resist with a thoughtless sword, she wouldn't have enough time to do so. The unicorn's seemingly casual movement was actually as fast as lightning. The people in the tranquil garden didn't even see when he raised his hand, when he bent his fingers, or when he flicked his fingers. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. He had indeed suppressed his cultivation level to the nascent soul stage, but his divine arts were still terrifying. He possessed unimaginable power. So naturally, he possessed unparalleled speed. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Jingjio to avoid Qilin's finger, no matter how mysterious and unpredictable his netherworld fairy sword was. But he blocked it. When the Qilin was staring at his eyes, he was also looking at the Qilin. What he was looking at was not Qilin's hand, nor was it Qilin's shoulder, nor was it the traces of Qilin's clothes being blown up by the wind, but Qilin's eyes. The Qilin's eyes moved slightly, and he moved. Moreover, he had already calculated the place where that finger would land. The wide and ugly black iron sword broke through the air and returned. It was like a piece of armor blocking in front of his body. It covered his eyes, and it also covered the sky. Since it could even cover the sky, nothing could pass through it. That wisp of smoke fell accurately on the black iron sword. The melted dirt on the surface of the black iron sword seemed to have become elastic, sinking slightly, and then bouncing back quickly. The tangible power continued to flow into the sword, spreading in all directions, and finally returned to the air, producing a dozen invisible airwaves. Finally, all of this was presented in the form of sound. A soft sound was heard, and then it turned into a terrifying boom in a very short time. Boom! It was like a heavenly thunder had exploded on the ground. Even if all the bells in the world rang at the same time, it would be impossible to cover it up. The airwaves rolled up everything in the tranquil garden, and smoke and dust rose. Zhuo Rijui's face turned pale. Shi Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. Bai Qianjun grunted and took 2 steps back. And this was the result after Monk Du Hai and Monk Dachong had helped to isolate it. Just how much godly power was contained in that finger that was like a light smoke. A sword flicked. The sound shook the 9 heavens. All the monks in the Guocheng temple heard it, and they walked out of the temple, looking in the direction of the backyard in confusion. The villagers who were preparing to celebrate the new year outside the temple also heard it clearly, wondering which village the heavenly thunder came from for it to make such a noise. In the vegetable garden, Lu Shui was a bit worried when he heard the loud noise. He could tell that it was not the heavenly thunder. Seeing his expression, Xiao He said softly, "How about you go and have a look?" After a moment of silence, Lu Shui picked up the chopsticks and continued eating, saying, "The young master must have his reasons for not letting me go. I'll listen to him." Xiao He didn't understand, asking, "Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to him?" Lu Shui picked up the chopsticks and stirred the shredded beef with pickled vegetables into the rice, and ate a big mouthful, saying vaguely, "The young master will be fine." Jingjio had something to do. When the smoke and dust settled, he was no longer in the same place, but had retreated into the roofed corridor. His body had created a gap a few feet deep in the roof corridor, as if he had sunk into it. A dozen faint and distinct sword wills came out along with his hair and clothes, and his born shapeless sword body had already manifested. The unicorn had merely pointed his finger casually, but he had forced Jing Jiao to use all of his sword wills. It was true that the unicorn had merely used the cultivation state of the Yuanying state, but his true body was too powerful. As mentioned earlier, he was the top swordsman in Chaotian, save for the one in the Snowy Kingdom. What shocked the people in the Tranquil Garden was not the prowess of a unicorn, because it was known to all. It was the fact that Jing Jiao didn't fall down. Jing Jiao walked out from the roof corridor, the wood shavings falling off his clothes, and fresh blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. He lifted up his left hand, holding the fairy book, and wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. Then, the blood was burned into a puff of green smoke, leaving no trace behind. Nobody noticed that a few strands of green smoke had entered his left hand through the cracks between his fingers. Seeing this, Shi Yun was shocked speechless, and Bai Qianjun was even more shocked that Jing Jiao had withstood a blow from the unicorn. The unicorn took a step forward with narrowed eyes. It was then that a shout broke out in the Tranquil Garden. The first blow. The speaker was still Zhuo Ruzhui, and what he shouted was something that everybody already knew. He didn't intend to ease the tense atmosphere, but he intended to interrupt the rhythm and buy some time for Jing Jiao to recover. It was then that he didn't lift his head. Looking at the black iron sword hanging by Jing Jiao's side, he thought that the sword should be broken. The whole of Aoyama knew that the sword Jing Jiao had inherited was the sword of Senior Master Mo of Shuriwa Peak. There was nothing special about this iron sword, except that it was a bit wide. As Jing Jiao's cultivation state grew higher and higher, more and more people felt pity for him, thinking that this iron sword wasn't good enough for him. Zhuo Ruzhui had the same thought. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the black iron sword, and then it gradually grew bigger. Seeing this, Zhuo Ruzhui felt helpless, thinking that he had told him earlier that this sword of Jing Jiao's was not good enough, and that it was useless except for being stained with some poison. How dare you point at this old man with such a broken iron? The unicorn demanded while staring into Jing Jiao's eyes. Jing Jiao didn't say anything. He raised the iron sword in his hand again. Huh! The heavy object fell to the ground. It wasn't that the iron sword was broken. It was that a piece of rust on the iron sword had peeled off and dropped to the ground like a stone, breaking into a few pieces. Would the iron sword break into pieces like this piece of rust later? Though Jing Jiao was wounded badly, he didn't show any fear. He was still pointing the sword at the unicorn. The tip of the sword moved up and down along with the movement of his wrist. Bai Qianjun had figured out the intention of Jing Jiao, and he was extremely angry, wondering if Jing Jiao was fishing. How dare he do such a thing to the divine guardian animal of our sect? It was extremely rude. As the iron sword moved up and down, the black, thick, and ugly rust peeled off a bit more, exposing some bright spots on the sword. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose, and Jing Jiao's figure suddenly turned illusionary. He arrived in the sky outside the Tranquil Garden, and then landed on a mountain a few miles away like a flickering candle flame. This kind of movement was unpredictable and fast. Even the escape method of heaven and earth of the Zhongzhou school couldn't compare to it. The people in the Tranquil Garden didn't know about the existence of the underworld fairy sword, wondering if the legendary shapeless sword body had such a magic power. The expression on Shi Yun's face changed slightly as he recalled the fairy illusionary movement that Jing Jiao had demonstrated in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. The expression on Bai Qianjuan's face grew even more terrible. On Mount Buzhou in the illusionary realm, he and dozens of swordsmen of the Qin kingdom were killed by Jing Jiao in such a state. How could he forget it? He didn't expect Jing Jiao to employ such a mysterious and unpredictable sword style in the real world, and it seemed that his sword style was even more powerful than Jing Jiao's. The expression in the unicorn's eyes grew colder, indicating his anger and lethal intent. He was even more certain now that the figure who had escaped from the fiend prison was this person, and it was this person who had killed the old dragon. As the strong wind whistled, he disappeared from the original spot and arrived in the sky above the mountain in an instant. He thrust his palm toward Jingjiao from the sky. Even a dim light couldn't be extinguished in the strong wind. Jingjiao drifted unsteadily to the east and to the west. It was unclear how he had gotten out of the range of the wind generated by the palm and arrived in the high sky. The magic prowess of a unicorn was formidable. Even though he had hit the air with his palm, he could still draw back the force of his palm and break it into countless strong arrows, shooting toward the sky. It was then that someone in the village outside the Guoqing temple lit the firecrackers. Crack! Crack! Countless sounds of firecrackers broke out, covering the sound of the exploding strong arrows. The people in the tranquil garden looked up, but all they could see were the shooting stars and a flash of sword light traveling among them. Monk Duhai was the only one who could vaguely see the figure of Jingjiao. It was easy to imagine how fast Jingjiao was traveling at the moment. Zhuo Rizhui didn't raise his head. He stared at a wild grass among the stone slabs that was shivering, his face pale. He wondered if it was time to look at it. When should he look at it? Should he look at it? The wind had stopped and the clouds quieted down. The shooting stars in the sky had turned into nothingness. The figure of Jingjiao reappeared and landed on the ground. His white cloth looked like the clouds, making no sound. The unicorn had also returned to the tranquil garden. Since they had agreed to strike 3 times, he had only struck 1 palm from the very beginning. He didn't follow up with another attack. The unicorn's palm turned into a sky full of shooting stars, which could be counted as a strike. But considering his status and seniority, it was actually a bit excessive. Zhuo Rizhui was still worried. He yelled while looking at the ground. 2? Eh. He suddenly felt that his eyes were dazzled. It seemed that Jingjiao's feet had disappeared in front of his eyes for a moment. Then, the tranquil garden fell into a deathly silence. When Zhuo Rizhui lowered his head, a flash of sword light burst out in the tranquil garden, followed by a faint sound of crack. Jingjiao returned to his original spot. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. But nobody was looking at him. Everybody was looking at the unicorn. There was an extremely shallow wound on the corner of the unicorn's eyebrows, and a tiny drop of blood was seeping out slowly. He stared into Jingjiao's eyes and said slowly, word by word, "How dare you hurt me?" Jingjiao said, "I'll take 3 strikes from you." I didn't say I couldn't fight back. The unicorn didn't expect that Jingjiao could still fight back under such circumstances. He didn't prepare for it. And he didn't expect that Jingjiao's body movement could be even faster, which was why he was hit by the unicorn's sword. But this was not the point. The point was that the unicorn didn't expect that Jingjiao's sword could hurt him. Nobody in the tranquil garden expected this. They were stunned speechless when they saw the drop of blood on the unicorn's eyebrows. How could a young man in the middle state of the free travel, who had cultivated for less than 30 years, be able to hurt the unicorn? How could this be possible? Zhuo Rizhui was also shocked when he heard the conversation. Even if the unicorn had suppressed himself to the yuanying state, how could the divine body be broken? What kind of sword did you use? My own sword is definitely not good enough. I'm afraid that not all the main swords in the 9 peaks of Aoyama can do it. Did you use the thoughtless sword? Looking at the back of Jingjiao, Zhao Liu pinched a sword spell with her left hand to suppress the restless, thoughtless sword in the sword pill. Monk Duhai knew more about the inside story. He looked at Jingjiao, wondering if Jingjiao was using the lone sword, which was the sharpest in the legends. In the vegetable garden, Lu Shui looked at the bracelet on his wrist, which was buzzing excitedly, wondering what had happened in the Guoqiang temple. Jingjiao didn't say anything. He raised the black iron sword in his hand again and aimed at the unicorn. Along with his movement, the rust on the black iron sword fell off, revealing the extremely bright sword body. Monk Duhai looked at the sword and sensed the sharp, destructive, and violent complicated energy coming from it. He asked in shock, "What sword is this?" Jingjiao's eyes became a bit empty, and his voice became even colder, just like the sword. The Sword of the Universe. Chapter 429. The Sword of the Universe is a play, and it is also a famous sword. It's not Chinibu. Sorry, you can search for yourself. I won't take the information to calculate the number of words. The title of this chapter should have been used before, either the Tao or another book, but it is suitable for this chapter, so I'll keep using it. The four directions were called the universe, and the past and present were called the universe. A sword that could cut off time and space could be called the Sword of the Universe. This name was extremely domineering. The people in the tranquil garden were surprised, and Juarujui was even more shocked. All the disciples of Aoyama knew the story of Jing Jio's iron sword. Back when Immortal Master Mo of Shuriwa Peak reached the end of his cultivation career, he decided to return his sword to Aoyama. He had been copying the books on the peak for more than 100 years, but his cultivation state wasn't very high, and he wasn't famous. Normally, he would leave a faint sorrow in Aoyama, and then be forgotten by others. However, when he came to the outskirts of Yunqing Peak, he happened to meet a group of new disciples who had just joined the inner sect, Jing Jio among them. Somehow, Jing Jio suddenly asked him, "How's your sword?" Immortal Master Mo replied that he hadn't used it for a long time, and there was a hint of regret in his words. Jing Jio suggested that he should give a try. Jing Jio decided to inherit that sword. For many people in Aoyama, this was a whimsical idea because Immortal Master Mo had placed that black iron sword at a high place on the sword peak. And that iron sword was very ordinary, nothing special about it. Jing Jio made this decision because the iron sword was very wide, and he could sit on it comfortably. Besides, he thought that since this sword had dedicated its whole life to Aoyama, like Junior Master Mo, it should be able to shine one day. For this iron sword, Jing Jio went to the sword peak, where he encountered many things such as Zhao Liu and this iron sword, and then he came to this day. This iron sword was really ordinary. Even the flying swords of the disciples of Liangwang Peak were much better than it. Not to mention the main swords of the 9 peaks of Aoyama. No one knew what happened next on the iron sword. During the cultivation tournament of the Plum meeting, Jing Jio was trapped in the deep part of the snowland with a bone-chilling coldness. Jing Jio burned his sword source and used the iron sword as a torch to illuminate the cave and warm by Zao in the cocoon of the heavenly silkworm. It was equivalent to tempering himself for 6 years. In the fiend prison, the iron sword sank into the green pond and was soaked in the poisonous pond water for 3 years. It was well known that the pond water was the stomach of the old dragon. The most important thing was that the iron sword was tied to Jing Jio's back most of the time and was constantly nourished by his sword will. It had already undergone a complete transformation. It was just that the surface of the sword that had been melted and corroded by the venom was like mud covering the true body of the iron sword. It still needed a suitable opportunity before it could truly reveal its sharpness. Today, Qilin's heavy blow landed on Iron Sword's blade. The purest divine might from the primordial times shattered the sword grime, and like a finishing touch, it woke up. The cold and desolate sword of the universe appeared in the world. Looking at the ground, Juarujui couldn't calm himself down. The sword of the universe could break the divine body of Qilin and withstand his energy, which was quite extraordinary. It must be a sword of the fairy state. As Jing Jio advanced in the cultivation circle, it would probably become a famous sword in the world. Would he say back then, "This sword is not good enough. The ugly sword is useless." What the young senior master said was right. It was not this sword that was not good enough. It was his judgment that was not good enough. It was then that he heard the voice of Qilin again. This sword is indeed excellent. Looking at the sword of the universe in Jing Jio's hand, Qilin said nonchalantly, "But if the person is dead, it is useless to keep a sword." Juarujui suddenly thought of that senior master Mo on Shuriwa Peak. He had even forgotten the name of that senior master, but he believed that the name of that senior master would be remembered by many people after the sword of the universe appeared in the world, until many years later. Looking at the shadow of Qilin on the ground, Rujui said earnestly, "No. Even if the person is dead, as long as the sword is still with him, it will still be with him." Before the swordsmen of Aoyama died, they would usually choose to return their swords to Aoyama. After that, the disciples of the later generation would inherit the swords, and the sword would shine again. It was the sword, the Tao, and the spirit of Aoyama that were passed down from generation to generation. The sword was the spirit of Aoyama. As long as the sword was with him, Aoyama would be with him. Squatting on the eaves of the distant hall, the white cat stared at the scene in the tranquil garden, his cold and gloomy eyes full of envy, thinking that Gu Qing was indeed lucky. Before he left Aoyama, Jingjiu had decided to make Gu Qing the sect master. But it was not important. What was important was that he wanted to get a better sword for Gu Qing, and now the sword was here. The commotion caused by Qilin and Jingjiu had alarmed many monks in the Guicheng temple. The chanting of Zen sounds could be heard in the temple, and the Great Formation was about to be activated. However, everybody was paying attention to the tranquil garden, so nobody noticed the white cat squatting on the eaves. If you really wanted to kill Qilin, why didn't you stay in the tranquil garden? Why did you squat here? A voice rang out behind the white cat. It was unclear when a young monk with delicate features came to the eaves of Chanhua Hall and sat down by the white cat. The white cat shot a glance at the young monk, his eyes full of mockery, as he thought that if he were here, the fight wouldn't have taken place today. The young monk said earnestly, "But Qilin knows that you are here. Meow, do you think the deformed deer will give up? Of course not. Those ugly things on the Cloud Dream Mountain are all hot-tempered. Even if they don't dare kill Jingjiu in front of so many people, they will at least hurt him. As far as I'm concerned, the silly deer intends to wound Jingjiu severely and then let him be attacked by the fairy puppet. In this way, he won't have to take the blame. In that case, it's a good idea. Meow." The white cat was quite disdainful, thinking that the monk didn't understand Jingjiu at all. That guy is the most insidious and cunning one. Who can trick him? Besides me, he must have other tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he will kill this long deer. The young monk let out a faint smile, asking, "Why don't you go and help him then? What is my identity and status? It's impossible for the principal guard of Aoyama to join hands with those juniors to attack Qilin. If Qilin is wounded severely by Jingjiu later, I don't mind sneak attacking him. But if the same thing happened in the fiend prison, I won't be able to stand it." Thinking of the old dragon who had died in front of him, the white cat meowed regretfully. He suddenly felt something was not right, wondering why he had thought so much and told the monk all this. He turned to look at the young monk again. This time, he turned very slowly, as if he was frozen by the cold wind. "You better not strike. Our Aoyama can't afford to lose face like that." The young monk walked to the side of the cat and sat down. His right hand landed on the head of the cat, and then he stroked the cat from head to tail. His movement was quite skillful, as if he had done it for hundreds of years. The cat's hair would normally be smoother after being stroked, but it was the opposite at the moment. The white cat's hair stood up all over, fluttering in the cold wind. He looked like a dandelion that was about to be blown away by the wind. The standing up of the cat's hair meant he was angry, and it was the sign of fight. More often than not, it was because of fear. The white cat's eyes were full of fear, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of tiny black grains. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see clearly. He could have killed the young monk with a single claw, but how dare he? Just like back then at Bihu Peak, he could have easily killed Jingjiu, but he didn't do it. In just an instant, the white cat's mind was filled with the filthiest swear words in the world, and they couldn't be written down, because his spirit was about to collapse. But even so, he was very careful to use the swear words on himself and his fate, not daring to provoke the young monk. The white ghosts that guarded Aoyama had always been known for their brutality. Even the sect master did not care about them, but there would always be someone in the world that they feared. At times like that, he was more timid than anyone else. What he was really afraid of was the senior brother and junior brother. To be more precise, he was most afraid of the senior brother. Because the senior brother was more capable of killing than the junior brother, he was more daring to kill. He was more treacherous, more miserable, colder, more cruel, more intelligent, more flawless, more ingenious, more invincible, more powerful, more elegant, more imposing, more graceful is a good word. Although I'm not as good-looking as him, I'm still more lively than his dead-looking face. The young monk was, of course, San. He said with a smile, "But you don't have to think so much to please me. My current state is really low. You could try to kill me." If cats could cry, Lou Ada's tears would have formed a river by now. The senior brother and junior brother said the same thing when they met for the first time after their rebirth. At this time, he was completely sure that the smell he smelled on those pieces of paper a few years ago was the smell of a real person. It smelled so good. He meowed softly and rubbed against Insan's feet, trying to please him. This is really a good place to watch a show. Looking at the tranquil garden in the distance on the other side of the mountain, San revealed a faint smile. His monk's robe was fluttering in the cold wind, bringing the smell of firecrackers and cured meat in the village. The story wasn't over yet. Today was just the beginning. It was deathly quiet in the tranquil garden. Everybody was waiting for Kylan's third strike. The sword named the Sword of the Universe was held in Jingjio's hand, but nobody was optimistic about his victory. The gap between the living states could only be made up by the state. A human cultivation practitioner in the middle state of the free travel could never be a match for a Kylan in the state of Yuanying. An incomparably strong pressure was emitted from Kylan's body, shrouding the entire tranquil garden. The weed in the cracks of the flagstones clung to the ground, unable to stand up anymore, and was slowly crushed into powder. Monk Duhai waved his sleeve again to release the Zen intent, isolating Kylan's pressure so that Shi Yun and the other young disciples wouldn't be seriously injured. As profound as his state was, it was still difficult for him to isolate Kylan's pressure. It was hard to imagine how Jingjio would deal with it. Jingjio didn't wait for Kylan's third strike. He chose to take the initiative again. The desolate sword of the universe broke through the pressure and arrived in front of Kylan after passing through the air that had become many times more viscous. The high-speed friction created a bright light, which seemed to be on fire. The desolate atmosphere suddenly became violent, with a trace of eerie danger hidden in it. The flame brought up by the sword of the universe illuminated Kylan's face clearly. The tendons under his skin looked like intertwined old vines, which looked extremely ugly, and the two horns looked horrifying. Kylan thought the sword was indeed interesting, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Affected by the pressure, Jingjio's strike this time was obviously much slower than the previous one. However, when he was about to grab Jingjio's sword and kill him, the sword disappeared in front of his eyes. Crack! There was a soft rustling sound, followed by countless soft, rustling sounds. Countless tiny tears appeared on Kylan's clothes. A tiny cut appeared on his earlobe. An extremely small cut appeared on his nose and the corner of his lips. Chapter 430. It was so fast. Seeing this, the people in the tranquil garden were stunned speechless. Zhuangruji didn't see it, but he heard the sound of the sword breaking through the air. Bai Qinjuan's face was ashen, as he was fully aware that he would have been killed by Jingjio if he were standing in front of Jingjio. Fast was sometimes used to describe the sharpness of the sword, but more often it was used to describe the speed of the sword. The sword of the universe had become much thinner after the stains on it were removed, looking like a piece of paper. As such, it could exert its speed and sharpness to its fullest. Its sharpness wasn't as good as the lone sword, but its speed was much faster than the lone sword. Its speed wasn't as fast as the thoughtless sword, but it was more lethal than the thoughtless sword. In a sense, the sword of the universe had a perfect balance in terms of speed and sharpness, which matched well with Jingjio's underworld fairy sword. As a result, the unicorn was wounded by Jingjio even though he was prepared for it. What's the point? Looking at the sword shadows created by Jingjio's cloth, the unicorn said nonchalantly, "Though you and your sword are fast enough, it's still not powerful enough." As a divine animal of the highest state in Chaotian, The unicorn still had a godly body even after transforming into a human being. Though the sword of the universe was powerful enough to pierce his skin, it couldn't inflict deeper wounds on him. Even if there were thousands of such wounds and thousands of drops of blood, what could the unicorn do? The violent wind suddenly rose in the tranquil garden. It was because the unicorn had taken a deep breath. He had prepared for a long time, and the next strike would be as powerful as a thunderbolt. How could Jing Jiao withstand it? The residual shadows created by Jing Jiao's cloth suddenly dispersed, and he disappeared from the original spot as he was about to leave the tranquil garden. Now that Jing Jiao couldn't withstand it, he had to leave first to avoid the tranquil garden filled with ancient energy. Any fast swordsman would make the same choice at such a moment. Yet, Monk Duhai was a bit worried. It was because he knew that Jing Jiao was not a regular swordsman, and he guessed that Jing Jiao was about to take a risk. The unicorn sneered once, and his energy rose up from the ground, blocking the path leading to the sky. Boom! The gate of the tranquil garden was smashed open. Jing Jiao came out with over a dozen sword lights. The Qilin transformed into a streak of clear light and followed behind. Its speed was not inferior in the slightest. In fact, it seemed to be a bit faster, and it was full of might. Today was the day when the pagoda was being worshipped. There were a lot of ordinary monks performing rituals and chanting sutras outside the tranquil garden. Right now, they were withdrawing. They had not completely withdrawn yet. The Qilin arrived with great pressure, stirring up countless violent gales. The wind swept up fallen leaves and gravel, and the sky darkened. It was a scene of chaos. It was unknown how many monks fell to the ground, bleeding from their heads. The grand formation of the Guocheng Temple was finally activated. Accompanied by the chanting of sutras and the sound of wooden fish, more than 3,000 sutra characters rose into the air from various palaces, meditation rooms, and stone pagodas, turning into a sky full of Buddha fire. Clear Flame Venerable's mountain-protecting array. This formation completely isolated the tranquil garden and sealed everything inside. Even if the Qilin wanted to break out of the formation, it would take some time. The Qilin paid no attention to these things. He was still chasing after Jing Jiao. Wherever he passed by, the big trees toppled, the ancient bells fell to the ground, and the ground was a mess. Jing Jiao was traveling among the 3,000 Buddha flowers like a ghost. Sometimes he even looked like a Buddha fire. Clear Flame Venerable's mountain-protecting array prevented him from leaving the Guocheng Temple. But in a relatively small area, the underworld fairy sword's strange movements had brought him many benefits. Facing the Qilin's pursuit, he managed to hold on for some time, but he couldn't shake him off. The Buddha fire in the sky suddenly disappeared, and so did the streak of clear light that was chasing after it. A faint cracking sound was heard. The figures of Jing Jiao and the Qilin appeared. The sword in his hand had pierced into the Qilin's chest, blood gushing out incessantly. The sword of the universe didn't pierce deep into the Qilin's body, only a few inches, but why didn't the Qilin evade the sword? The gate of the tranquil garden had been destroyed. Monk Duhai saw the scene at that moment. As the Buddha fire died out, Jing Jiao appeared, raising the sword in his hand. The clear light disappeared, and the Qilin appeared, taking a few steps forward. In a sense, it wasn't Jing Jiao who pierced the Qilin with the sword, but the Qilin who bumped into the sword. It was like a rabbit bumping into a tree, or a man bumping into something. This absurd scene meant that Jing Jiao had achieved the real unity of movement and stillness. Not to mention his cultivation state, this kind of body movement was really unimaginable. The Qilin didn't get angry because of the injury, and there was no pain in his deep and serene eyes. He was still indifferent. Do you think your scheme has succeeded? Don't forget that I haven't struck yet. The pursuit of the Buddha fire in the sky was only the first half of the pursuit. The Qilin hadn't launched the third strike that he had been preparing for a long time. Jing Jiao sensed the unshakable feeling coming from the body of the sword, as if it had merged with a huge mountain. He knew that the Qilin had locked the sword of the universe with the Qilin's divine body. Given his current cultivation state and strength, he couldn't pull the sword of the universe out of the Qilin's body. He had three choices at the moment. The first was to abandon the sword and run away. The second was to explode all of his sword source and try to pierce the sword of the universe through the Kylan's body to wound him severely. The third was to stand on the same spot, holding the hilt of the sword of the universe and waiting to receive the most terrifying strike from the Kylan. Jing Jiao chose the third option, even though he might be smashed into a pile of minced meat. If you could cultivate to the peak of the broken sea state, I might be a bit afraid of you with this sword. But you're just a weakling now, so the Kylan didn't strike. He continued to enhance his energy and pressure until it reached the highest level. Then he shouted, "Go to hell." No sooner had he finished speaking than he punched toward Jing Jiao's face. The seemingly simple punch contained the weight of a real mountain. And the Kylan's fist was even more terrifying than a common magic treasure. Facing such a terrifying fist, Jing Jiao didn't show any emotion. He took half a step back, exposing his left hand, which had been behind his back the whole time. A few wisps of faint golden light leaked out from his fingers, exuding an intoxicating aura that surpassed the spring breeze. It was the fairy energy. The whole cultivation circle was aware that Jing Jiao had held the fairy book of longevity in his left hand and had never let go of it. He had held the fairy book for 6 years since the end of the Tao competition. It seemed that the fairy book had become one with his left hand a long time ago. Seeing the scene outside the tranquil garden, Bai Qianjun recalled the scene outside the green sky mirror 6 years ago. He and Jing Jiao had exchanged blows and almost died from the fractures in his body. Fortunately, he was rescued by Bai Zhenren. Was it possible that Jing Jiao intended to use the same trick again? Bai Qianjun thought grimly that Jing Jiao deserved to die if he thought that his fist holding the fairy book could be compared to the fist of the great grandmaster of the Kylan. Many people said that thinking was the fastest thing in the world, but it took time to think, so there was a difference in the speed of thinking. Though Jing Jiao could calculate at a very fast speed, it didn't mean that everybody could do it the same way. In fact, the majority of people in the world couldn't think as fast as the Kylan and Jing Jiao's punches. As the thought flashed through Bai Qianjun's mind, Jing Jiao's left fist had already collided with the Kylan's fist. There are no splashes of air, no clouds of dust, and not even a loud crash. Jing Jiao and the Kylan had reached the highest level in this world when it came to controlling their strength. They had given all their strength to their opponent without leaking any of it. There was only a faint cracking sound. Then, the sound of the earth being torn apart could be heard. It was a true tearing. A deep ditch appeared on the green, stony ground, leading to the tranquil garden. Lying at the end of the ditch, Jing Jiao's countenance was still calm, but his face was extremely pale. It was evident that he had been severely wounded. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of his finger bones, wrist bones, arm bones, and all the way to his shoulder bones. If it weren't for the special nature of his body, those bones would have been broken into countless pieces. The fight was not over yet, because the Kylan was still striking the third time. His fist punched out a mass of green light, which entered the tranquil garden and arrived in front of Jing Jiao. Jing Jiao could barely hold the fairy book with his left hand. How could he raise it to fight against the enemy? If Zhao Liu had been able to react, she would have stood in front of Jing Jiao to shield him. However, the fight between Jing Jiao and the Kylan was beyond her realm, so she had no time to do anything. She regretted listening to Jing Jiao a few years ago. If she had broken through to the middle state of the free travel, she would have had enough time to call out the thoughtless sword to block Jing Jiao's attack. The expression in Jing Jiao's eyes was still calm, and he didn't even intend to raise his sword. No one knew what he was thinking about. The Kylan shouted, "Go to hell!" Jing Jiao was going to die. But at this moment, the Kylan heard someone say the same thing. "Go to hell." The voice came from below. It was calm and indifferent, as if it was a polite request. The Kylan looked at the source of the voice out of the corner of his eye and found that it was an old monk who was performing rituals outside the tranquil garden. There was nothing special about the old monk, except that he was ugly. He had an ugly red nose and sparse, dry hair that had just grown out and hadn't been shaved off. Anyone who saw him would feel disgusted. The old monk was holding a Vajra pestle that seemed to be made of black stone. The tip of the Vajra pestle had pierced deeply into the Kylan's waist. At this moment, the Kylan had a lot of questions in his mind. When he showed up from the Buddha fire, his spiritual awareness had completely grasped the situation and found the old monk lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When did the old monk sit up? Why didn't he sense it? And when did the old monk pierce the Vajra pestle into his body? More importantly, what was this Vajra pestle? The Zen power was profound, but there were a few wisps of black smoke lingering on its surface. It could pierce into his body, and it was so painful, The Kylan let out a painful and angry scream. The Vajra pestle had hurt him, including his dignity. He had left the Cloud Dream Mountain after so many years and traveled the world, but he was hurt by a nobody. How dare you sneak attack me? Go to hell. The Kylan lost his mind in anger and started to increase his realm crazily. The Vajra pestle in the old monk's hand had a demonic intent and cold black smoke. It was obviously a technique of the evil sect, so he didn't need to suppress his realm to the Yuanying realm. The two horns on the Kylan's head grew to a few feet long and were as red as coral. His aura became even more powerful, as majestic as the sea. In a very short time, he had increased his realm to the middle stage of Mahayana. The Kylan hadn't completely recovered his original form, but heaven and earth had already sensed it. Countless dark clouds came to the sky above the Guecheng temple, with thunder and lightning waiting to strike. The Kylan's palm slammed down on the old monk's head, and it was even more powerful than thunder. It was a light clap. The old monk countered the attack with a flip of his palm. He had actually received it with ease. The black smoke, which carried a sinister and violent aura, seeped out from the old monk's palm. It mixed with the golden light that shot out from the Chilan's palm, becoming bright yet dark. It was like magma that was about to condense, illuminating his ugly face even more clearly. Even if you were in your original form, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone now. The old monk looked at the Kylan and laughed. His smile was full of greed and complacency. He didn't look like a strong cultivator with a high realm, but more like a monster that saw delicious food. The Kylan was suddenly alarmed. That was real danger, even more dangerous than the hidden thunder in the dark clouds. Even if he was far weaker than his original form after his transformation, how many people in the world could take the full force of the middle stage of Mahayana? He couldn't care so much anymore. He howled and wanted to change back to his original form. He had to leave this place, even if he had to take the risk of the thunder. However, the old monk didn't give him the chance. He rolled his eyes and kicked out like lightning, hitting the Kylan's thigh heavily. There was a loud boom. The Kylan flew into the sky and turned into a small black dot. It turned into a line and flew to the horizon, collapsing a mountain on the way. The next moment, the milky white light of a magic treasure could be seen shining on the mountain. The dark clouds and thunder fell, but they didn't stop the black dot. On the eaves of Chenhua Palace, the white cat looked at the Kylan who was spitting blood and fell to the other side of the mountain. A trace of fierceness flashed in its eyes. It was about to chase after the Kylan, but it felt something tighten around its neck. Insan grabbed the hair behind its neck and held it in his arms. He looked at the mountain and said, "The Bai family is coming. Ada, let's let the ugly deer go today, shall we?" His tone was warm and gentle, but the white cat was stiff and didn't dare to say no. Insan turned to the tranquil garden and saw the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect floating above the garden. He said coldly, "It's really a pity." The white cat didn't know that he was talking about the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect. It thought he was saying that it was a pity that the Kylan escaped, so it meowed twice to show its agreement. Then it asked cautiously with the spiritual awareness, "Immortal, is this a trap set by you and your brother to deal with the center sect?" Jing Jiao escaped to the outside of the garden with a netherworld fairy sword, but he happened to fall beside the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect. It didn't look like a coincidence, but a trap. The Kylan is just a side business. Insan looked at Jing Jiao, who had just stood up from the ditch, and said, "The person I want to kill is him." Everything happened too fast. Just as the Kylan's fist was about to fall on Jingjio, he was seriously injured by an old monk. The Kylan raised its realm to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm and almost showed its real body, but it was still no match for the old monk and was kicked out of the mountain. During the whole process, the old monk sat on the ground and didn't stand up at all. Who was this old monk? Was he the abbot of the Guocheng temple coming out, or was he a hermit sweeping the floor? How many people in the world could achieve such a feat? The old monk flew to the sky above the tranquil garden. The golden pestle made of black stone had already disappeared. The people in the tranquil garden could sense clearly that this old monk had a profound energy, and he was a deviant practitioner. The old monk slammed his palm toward the tranquil garden, and his target was actually Jingjio. The Kylan in the Yuanying state had beaten Jingjio so badly. Now that the Kylan had recovered his cultivation state of the Mahayana state, he was beaten so badly by this old monk. It could be deduced that this old monk must be in the upper limit of the heavenly arrival state, according to the cultivation states of the Aoyama sect, and he should be ranked in the top 10 in the cultivation circle of Chaotian. The deviant sects were on the decline. When did such a demonic person appear? Seeing the old monk, the people in the tranquil garden felt hopeless, thinking that Jingjio would die for sure. It was then that something happened in the tranquil garden. Rujui lifted his head and shot a glance at the old monk. Earlier, Jingjio had been staring at the ground the entire time when the unicorn fought with Jingjio and at other times. He saw the wild grass swaying in the air and the wild grass being crushed into powder by the energy of the unicorn and then disappearing with the wind. This was the first time he lifted his head that day in the tranquil garden of the Guocheng temple. Chapter 431. The old monk who could injure the Kylan was the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect who had been listening to scriptures in the Guocheng temple for many years. Hearing Zhua Rujui's words, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect didn't get angry, but he sighed with emotion. No matter how handsome you were in the past, after living underground for 400 years without seeing the light of day, you would eventually turn into a ghost like him. No matter how powerful you were in the past, you would eventually become a dog if you were targeted by the Aoyama sect. The giant of the evil path who commanded the heroes of the evil path had been away from the world for too long. When he reappeared 400 years later, no one could recognize him. But he was the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. Over the years, he behaved like a well-behaved old dog beside Ian San. But that was not the truth. When he reappeared in the world, people might not recognize him, but heaven and earth would. The wind was howling in the courtyard. The mountain guarding formation of clear flame sank downwards in an attempt to suppress him, but could only ruffle his sparse hair and not move him at all. He stood in the sky above the tranquil garden like a real devil. In fact, at least one person in the tranquil garden knew the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. The young master of the mysterious dark sect? Jingjio was a bit surprised. He thought it should be the guy who lived with a turtle shell on his back. In the deepest part of his distant memory, he remembered that the guy had some problems with his senior brother. Hearing Jingjio's words, Monk Duhai and Monk Dachong changed their expressions. Shi Yun and Bai Qianjun were stunned for a while before they realized it, their faces pale. Zhuo Rujui stared at the old monk, shocked that it was him. It seemed that he was right. Zhao Leiyu had already stood in front of Jingjio, with the thoughtless sword hanging by her side. Jingjio reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed her belt. His sword source surged and turned into an unimaginable force, throwing her out of the protective formation of clear flame. For some reason, the protective formation of clear flame was a bit weird today. It still blocked enemies from the outside world, but did not prevent people from leaving. Zhao Leiyu turned into a line and landed in the forest beside a palace. Listening to the movements in the forest and looking at the scene in the tranquil garden, the white cat's demonic pupils shrank again. It wanted to sneak away. Jingjio was really in danger. However, the palm landed on its neck again, and this time, the palm was slightly more forceful. I told you, I'll just watch the show today. Insan said calmly while looking in the direction of the tranquil garden. The great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect landed in the tranquil garden, followed by the mountain-protecting formation of clear flame. A strong wind was blowing in the tranquil garden. Monk De Chong and Monk Duhai stood in front of Jingjiu with grave expressions. Duke Liu, Shi Yun, and Bai Qianjun couldn't even stand properly and were sent flying. Zhou Ruzhui hugged the small stone pagoda in the middle of the garden like a small animal hugging a tree in a flood. He would not let go no matter how hard the sand and stones got in his eyes, trying his best to open his eyes wide to watch the figure falling at high speed. Monk Dachong's right palm shot up into the air, heading toward the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect sensed the attack and accelerated, attacking the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect from both sides. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was expressionless. He waved his sleeves lightly. No one knew what he did, but the Buddhist magic in the protective formation of clear flame was snatched away by him. A skinny palm broke out of the sleeves, slapping toward the ground of the tranquil garden with unimaginable pressure and profound Zen aura. Monk Dachong grunted and fell to the ground while vomiting blood. As a trusted follower of the emperor, he had practiced Zen in the Guoqing Temple for 300 years and had a profound understanding of Buddhist magic. However, he couldn't even block a palm wind from the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. More terrifyingly, the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect seemed to have a better understanding of Zen magic than him. Monk Duhai looked solemn. He finally understood why the protective formation was operating so strangely today. The skinny palm covered the entire tranquil garden. The pressure from a figure at the peak of the heavenly arrival realm couldn't be resisted or avoided. Jingjiu's face was pale, but his eyes were still clear. Monk Duhai stood in front of him without hesitation. If he let this talented disciple of the Aoyama sect die in the Guoqing Temple, how could he explain it to the immortal Lu Xi and the Zen master in the future? As the principal justice of the Guoqing Temple, his state was naturally profound, far above that of Monk Dachong. He believed that he could block the palm for a while and let Jingjiu escape. Looking at the giant palm descending from the sky, his face was full of determination, and he was ready to sacrifice himself. Suddenly, someone stood in front of him. Monk Duhai was startled. Zhao Liu had been thrown away by Jingjiu. Duke Liu, by Qianjun, and Shi Yun had been thrown out of the tranquil garden. Monk Dachong had fallen to the ground with severe injuries, and Zhuruzhui was holding the small stone pagoda to support himself. Who else was in the tranquil garden? Where did this person come from? Looking at the indigo official uniform of the person in front of him, Monk Duhai suddenly remembered that there was a middle-aged official who had entered the altar tower in the tranquil garden with Duke Liu today. That official looked very ordinary. He hadn't made a sound since the beginning. Monk Duhai thought that this person had already fainted. He didn't expect that this person had stayed until now and was standing in front of him, being able to walk freely under the pressure from a figure in the heavenly arrival realm. He couldn't be an ordinary person. He should be a powerful minister of offerings in the imperial court. But even if you were Jin Mingcheng, how could you resist this demon? Monk Duhai reached out his hand to pull the official back, but it was too late. The official thrust his palm toward the sky. His palm was a bit wide and looked gentle, not like a hand used to holding a sword, and he hadn't done any hard work either. However, the edges of a few fingers had some calluses, indicating that he had held a pen many times. In comparison to the skinny and formidable palm of the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, his palm looked very weak. But in the next moment, everything had changed. The official's body suddenly grew taller, looking like an old farmer looking down at the straws by the field, or a high-ranking official of the Pure Heaven Bureau looking down at the ground from the flying sedan. An exceedingly formidable energy came out from the official's body, which was so pure that it looked like a real energy. This sort of formidable energy was not the power of an official, but the royal energy. A red, shapeless flame came out from the edge of the official's palm. and then turned into a pair of wings, flying up to the sky and hitting the palm of the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect had countless black lotus fires in his palm, which collided with the two wings of fire, giving off countless burning sounds. The two wings of fire and the countless lotus fires vanished in the sky at the same time. The two palms had finally collided. No matter how perfect one's control of the energy was, it was impossible to prevent the energy from leaking out into heaven and earth. It was because the energy was beyond the realm of energy and was in the realm of magic. A loud boom resounded. The broken eaves and houses in the tranquil garden were all flattened, and not a single speck of dust could be seen flying up. Instead, the view became much clearer. The terrifying air waves swept out in all directions, destroying all the buildings along the way, evaporating all the water in the pond, and eroding all the dried lotus leaves. The air waves were blocked by the protective formation of the mountain after they had traveled a few thousand feet away and then rolled back to wreak havoc again. The power of the two palms was so formidable. Who was that official? The Emperor. Looking at the official, the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect showed a shocked expression. It was true that this official who came to the pagoda with Duke Lu was the Emperor of the current era. Unexpectedly, the Emperor, who was supposed to deal with the state affairs in Zhaoga City, came to the Guocheng Temple stealthily. He missed his father, so he wanted to come to the pagoda of spiritual bones in the tranquil garden, but he concealed his identity for fear of being known by others. Of course, it was not that simple. Was it possible that the scheme of the immortal had been discovered? The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect glanced at Jingjiu out of the corner of his eye, feeling a sense of danger. It was the same as what the unicorn had felt earlier. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was baffled. The Emperor of the current era had a profound cultivation state, but he had nothing to be afraid of. Why did he feel more and more alarmed? He decided not to stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately, even if the immortal would blame him later. The Emperor withdrew his palm, not intending to detain the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect turned around and flew toward the sky. He suddenly felt something was out of place, so he turned around and took a look at the ground. The tranquil garden was in ruins. Only the small stone pagoda containing the ashes of the late emperor was still intact because of the special material and the amulets. Rujui looked up at the sky while holding the small stone pagoda. The ground was getting farther and farther away. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect couldn't see his eyes clearly, but their eyes still met. He didn't pay much attention to this disciple of Aoyama, even though he was rumored to be a talented person. It wasn't until now that the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect had finally discovered the problem. He exerted his demonic magic to suppress it. Holding the stone pagoda, Rujui looked at the black dot in the sky, his eyes bloodshot. He hadn't averted his eyes or blinked his eyes since he looked at the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. He couldn't hold on any longer after receiving the full pressure from the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. He groaned and fainted on the ground. His right hand opened, revealing a crushed sword talisman. A wisp of sword will suddenly appeared in the sky. The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was both shocked and enraged. He cursed loudly, "Shameless Aoyama!" A sword light pierced through the sky, carrying an unimaginably powerful aura. It carried an even more powerful intent. Even the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect couldn't avoid it, and it pierced through his chest. The winter sun shone on the top of Tianguang Peak. The round turtle closed its eyes and fell asleep soundlessly. The stone tablet on the turtle shell was silent. The sword of inherited heaven, which was stuck in the stone tablet, cast a longer and longer shadow. The immortal Lu Ci sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff with his eyes closed. The sword will of inherited heaven lingered around his body. The momentum of the sword had been accumulated for 3 days, and it was at the peak of its power. Before Rujui left Aoyama, he had given him a serious instruction. When you go to the Guochang Temple this time, you should see it when it's time to see it. Don't make a mistake, and don't miss anything. Sensing the news from afar, Lu Xi opened his eyes, thinking that his disciple hadn't done anything wrong after all. Then, a trace of anger flashed in his deep eyes. It's the mysterious Dark Master. Go! As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of strong wind rose on Tianguang Peak. The round turtle opened his eyes slowly after so many years. The shadow on the stone tablet had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the fog that shrouded Yunqing Peak all year round also disappeared in an instant. Those black, precipitous cliff rocks with threatening sword wills appeared in the sunlight, and people's sight just like that. The elders and disciples of the Nine Peaks were shocked speechless, not knowing what had happened. The red leaves looked like fire on Shima Peak. Gu Qing and Yuan Chu walked out of the manor cave and came to the edge of the cliff, looking at Yunqing Peak. Sensing the strong sword will coming from that peak, the two of them thought in shock that this was the true appearance of the sword peak. What has happened? Yuan Chu asked uneasily. I didn't see it. Gu Qing shook his head, suddenly feeling worried about his master. The sudden appearance of the sword peak indicated that something significant had happened in Chaotian. Normally, it had nothing to do with Jing Jiao in his current cultivation state and status. But Gu Qing felt something was out of place. On the top of Tianguang Peak, Lu Xi sat by the edge of the cliff with his legs crossed, looking in the direction of the Guocheng Temple, remaining silent for a long time. You even dare use a demonic person like the mysterious Dark Master? Master, what is Aoyama to you? Chapter 432. A beam of sword light pierced through his chest. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect grunted and fell down like a falling leaf. His state was not far from that of the immortal Lu Xi, the sect master of Aoyama, but his spiritual awareness was greatly impacted by the immortal emperor's palm strike. How could he avoid the most powerful sword strike that Lu Xi had prepared for several days and was reinforced by Aoyama? Just when everyone thought that the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was dead for sure, the falling leaf suddenly disappeared in the wind, leaving only a trail of burning black smoke. The black smoke was composed of extremely fine black powder, which should be the Vajra pestle he used to sneak attack the Kylan. He had used some evil method to replace his own body and save his life for the time being. The reason why it was burning was that the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect's blood essence spilled out, indicating that he was seriously wounded. The beam of sword light disappeared in the ocean of clouds. But it was not over yet. The ocean of clouds was rolling restlessly, like the accumulated snow on the peak of Shinma Peak, which was being traversed by the cat named Lu Ada. Countless sword wills appeared above the ocean of clouds and sprinkled on the earth, covering the mountains, rivers, and lakes within a radius of 100 miles by the East Sea. The sword wills were either awe-inspiring or serene, but they did not look like a net, but more like a mountain or a huge sword. Even though they were over 10 miles away, the sword wills could still be clearly transmitted to the ground. The protective formation of the Guocheng Temple was activated again, appearing extremely vigilant and even uneasy. The winter trees at the edge of the temple were swaying, and the needle-like leaves kept falling like rain. The villagers and the patients outside the Guocheng Temple could not sense the sword wills, but they could clearly feel the awe and fear in the depths of their hearts. The smell of firecrackers and cured meat was cut into pieces, disappearing with the wind along with the festive atmosphere. The sword wills seemed to be searching for something. The blade of the huge sword moved from the Guocheng Temple to the north, then to the east, and came to the sea. The waves suddenly quieted down. The blade of the invisible huge sword moved to the north again. Wherever it passed, evil practitioners and monsters showed themselves and fled in all directions. Some monsters who knew that they had committed grave sins even tried their best to burrow into the ground, regardless of the danger. The blade landed outside of Shui Yu Nunnery. The heavenly well leading to the underworld became even quieter than usual. The moaning of the wind could no longer be heard. 2 or 3 weak spirits avoided the spell, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were silently suppressed into a puff of smoke. Shuei Nunnery stood up at the lakeside, feeling the sword essences in the sky. His face turned solemn. Thinking what exactly happened, Aoyama actually activated the sword formation. She turned around and looked into the room. Guidong was still sleeping soundly in the round window. The abbess thought silently, "Senior Marshal Sister, when will you wake up?" Whether it was the leader of the righteous sects or the rats of the evil sects, whether it was the Nyin ghosts in the human world or the Yin spirits in the underworld, they all felt fear before this sword intent. Is this the legendary Aoyama sword array? He was thousands of miles away, but he was able to affect the world by the East Sea. This was truly an unimaginable thing. Monk Duhai glanced at the unconscious Jurujui and thought sentimentally that being targeted by the sword formation of Aoyama meant certain death. It was no wonder that the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect and the other two hidden swordsmen could only live without seeing the sun despite their exceptional prowess. If someone hadn't prepared beforehand, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect would have been dead already. Moreover, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was severely wounded at the moment. If he couldn't block the probing of the sword formation of Aoyama, it was hard to tell how long he could live. The blood of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect fell down from the sky into the Guoqing temple, and it was still burning. Soon, a few buildings near the Tranquil Garden were set ablaze. The highly achieved monks of the Guoqing temple dismantled the protective formation of the visible flame as quickly as they could and switched to the bottle-holding formation of the pure water immortal. However, it could only reduce the intensity of the fire a bit, but it couldn't extinguish the fire immediately. Hundreds of monks rushed over from the halls in the front and back of the temple, carrying buckets of water to put out the fire. It was a chaotic scene. Jingjiu turned around and looked at the two mountains behind the Tranquil Garden. He could vaguely see the eaves of the Chanhua Hall between the mountains. Nobody was there. Before Jingjiu looked over, a conversation had taken place on the eaves of the Chanhua Hall. Zhuo Rujui had just raised his head and looked at the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. In-san and the White Cat had lived in Aoyama for countless years, so they were very sensitive and had already figured out what was going to happen. A trace of coldness flashed in the White Cat's eyes as he thought to himself, "You're doomed now." It had been less than 30 years since In-san escaped from the sword jail and recultivated in another body. No matter how talented he was and how experienced he could only be in a state of free travel if he didn't take any detours. If the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was killed, how could he survive without the protection of a super swordsman? It was strange that In-san was very calm, as if he had already guessed that Lu Ci would draw his sword and that the sword formation of Aoyama would be activated. He didn't seem to care about the life or death of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, as he said, "As I said, I'll just watch the show tonight." The coldness in the White Cat's eyes turned into fear again, as he wondered if something else was going to happen. In-san stood up and was ready to leave. The sound of twigs breaking came from the forest outside the Chanhua Hall, and the blood-red sword light spread out like clouds. A figure flew up and landed on the eaves. It was Zhao Leu. She was thrown into the forest by Jingjiu. She didn't fall hard, but her mind was in a mess. It was not until now that she became a little more clear-headed. Looking at the young monk, she asked warily, "Who are you?" In-san said with emotion, "How rude you are. No wonder I didn't like you from the beginning." Having said that, he tapped the eaves with the tips of his feet and flew up like a big bird, disappearing into the forest near the Chanhua Hall. Zhao Leu had only seen such a swift and ethereal body movement from one person. She was greatly alarmed, but she didn't hesitate to ride her sword. The thoughtless sword turned into a gorgeous blood-red light and disappeared into the forest. The White Cat finally regained its freedom. It turned to look at the forest, subconsciously took a few steps in that direction, and then stopped. It turned to walk to the eaves, in front of the eaves, looking at the Tranquil Garden. After making sure that Jingjiu was fine, It stopped again. Which way should it go? This was the most profound question in the world, and the most difficult choice. It was very hesitant, struggling, and full of shame and anger. Finally, it lay down on the eaves and didn't move anymore. Who cares? I don't want to serve you anymore. Among the main swords of the 9 peaks of Aoyama, the lone sword was the fastest, the 3-foot sword was the coldest, the sword of absolute emptiness was the lightest, and the time sword was the softest. The thoughtless sword ranked last among the 9 swords. But as the sword of the immortal Jingyang, its power and level were certainly not the last. In terms of speed, it was the fastest. It was the fastest among the 9 swords of Aoyama, and it could almost be the fastest sword in the world. Zhao Liu, who was in the initial state of the free travel, used the thoughtless sword with all her strength, and her speed was comparable to that of a swordsman in the state of the broken sea who used an ordinary flying sword. In an instant, she passed through the forest behind Changhua Palace, passed through the outermost monk's quarters of the Guochang Temple, and came to the cliffs outside the side door. What shocked her was that the young monk didn't use any sword or magic treasure. She couldn't tell what Taoist magic he had used to fly in the air. He could fly so fast by waving his sleeves that she couldn't even catch up with him. If the young monk were a figure in the state of the arrival of heaven, it wouldn't be a big deal. But her sharp eyes made her sure that the young monk's state was almost the same as hers. What method did the young monk use? Was he a bird devil? Then, something even more shocking happened. The young monk suddenly turned around and said to her with a faint smile, "I'm not a devil rooster. Don't think too much about it." There were 2 reasons why Zhao Liu was shocked. The young monk turned around and flew away in an elegant manner, but his speed didn't slow down at all. It was truly formidable, and he had mentioned the secret name of the Master Dark Phoenix, indicating that he had a close relationship with Aoyama. "Senior Master, please wait a moment," Zhao Liu said tersely, but her flying sword didn't slow down at all, chasing after the young monk. The shadow of the bird and the sword light drifted past the cliff and the vegetable garden at the foot of the cliff. A squeaking sound could be heard in the vegetable garden. It was the sound of someone pushing open the door. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The sunlight had moved a bit, and the shadow of the tree had increased by a few inches. They were already 30 miles away from the Guochang Temple. As the red sunlight receded, Zhao Liu reappeared, riding on her sword in the air, looking at the huge banyan tree by the official road. On the last day of the previous year, people were celebrating the new year at home. There was no one on the official road, so they didn't have to worry about being frightened or being killed by the aftermath of the fights between the cultivation practitioners. The crisp sound of flute could be heard from the banyan tree, but it wasn't as festive as welcoming the new year, as if it was merely a celebration for the officials of the Pure Heaven Bureau. Leaning against a tree branch, Insan held the bone flute with both of his hands and put it down after playing a few notes casually. He felt a bit tired and short of energy and needed to take a rest. "Don't worry, you could take a rest. I think your flute is quite pleasant to hear," Zhao Liu said expressionlessly, though playing the flute at this moment is indeed a bit inexplicable and pretentious. According to her temperament, she should have ridden her sword to kill her opponent instead of talking nonsense when she had finally caught up with him. The cultivation circle had the same opinion of her. The reason she did so was that she wanted to buy some time. Riding the sword at such a high speed was a great burden for her, so she needed time to recover. More importantly, she wasn't confident that she could stop this young monk. Whether it was delaying for time or lacking confidence, it was a very rare thing for her. It had something to do with the marvelous movement demonstrated by the young monk, and the scene on the top of Chanhua Hall had been engraved deeply in her mind. The master white ghost was held in the bosom of this young monk at the time, and he behaved extremely obediently. She, Gu Qing, and Yuan Chu had never seen him behave like this after so many years on the top of the Shenma Peak. This young monk could subdue the master white ghost. No matter how confident she was, she knew she was no match for this person. Trying to buy time? You're not like the rumored Zhao Liu. Insan put the bone flute back to his waist and said this to her with a faint smile. Zhao had in mind that he could tell she was buying time, because she was well aware that she wasn't royal concubine Hu or Xiao He, so she wasn't good at acting. Senior Master, who are you rumored to be? Insan didn't answer her question, but said, Jingjiu didn't dare bring the chickens and dogs with him, and he couldn't bring the old tortoise with him, so he could only bring the cat with him. The problem is, cats are usually timid, so my cultivation state is actually not as high as you think. Do you want to try to kill me? The four principal guards of Green Mountain were like the pets raised by this young monk. Zhao Liu recalled that he had given her an answer when she wondered if he was a bird devil, and then he gave her another answer when she thought he was the master white ghost. Zhao Liu's expression changed slightly as she thought of him. Could he read minds? Mind reading is nothing. It's a trick played by the magicians. I used a magic method, not magic tricks. Insan sighed and said, Aoyama is getting worse with each generation. Didn't Jingjiu teach you that one sword can accommodate thousands of people? Zhao Liu's guess was confirmed. Her eyes became more vigilant, wondering what kind of monster she had encountered. The next moment, she drove all these thoughts out of the ocean of consciousness. Her sword intent returned to peace, and she entered the Tao heart illumination to prevent him from reading her mind. It was at this moment that she thought of a possibility. Insan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking a little unhappy. He said with slight mockery, Why don't you think? Because you're afraid of being guessed by others, so you don't think at all. Just like how you don't enter the secular world, because you're worried that your Tao heart will be disturbed by worldly affairs. Because you're worried that you'll shit, so you don't eat. Because you're worried that you'll die, so you don't live. Zhao Liu was silent for a while and said, What you think has nothing to do with me, and what I think has nothing to do with you. Insan said expressionlessly, Do you know why I don't like you? Because you're becoming more and more like him. You don't care about anything and only know how to protect yourself with the sword. Cultivation and breaking the realm are extremely boring. The great way is in the world, and it's also in a meal. It's really tacky to be heartless. Zhao Liu said, It's the duty of a Tao cultivator. San shook his head and said, No, you've been led astray by him. I know you used to like eating hot pot, but I think you don't anymore. Zhao Liu said, You're wrong. I still like eating hot pot. Insan's expression changed slightly, and he said, Doesn't he care about you? Chapter 433. After a moment of silence, Insan said with a smile, Is that what he meant? Or is he too lazy to care about you? Besides, do you know who I am? Zhao Liu said, It's just a guess. She was so smart. After the shock, she guarded her Taoist heart and got close to the truth. Insan said, You are indeed a hot pot lover. Then why didn't you let me have a bite of the food in the hot pot in Cloudy Town when it was almost overcooked? He had admitted his identity. Even though she had guessed who he was, Zhao Liu remained silent for a long time after confirming the truth. Many years had passed, but she couldn't forget the name. Insan. Taiping Jinren. According to the time when I entered the sect, I should call you Grandmaster, but now I should call you Senior Master. Looking at the young monk leaning on the branch, Zhao Liu said after a moment of silence, I might have to commit treason today. It doesn't matter. You have done this more than once anyway. San said with a smile. But are you sure you can keep me here? Don't you think it's strange that the little emperor hasn't found you after such a long time? From Jingjiu, throwing Zhao Liu to the Chanhua Palace, to the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect's palm strike, the emperor's sudden appearance, Zhu Ruzhui raising his head, and the sword coming from Oyama. Many things had happened, but actually it only took a few seconds. Zhao Liu didn't know that the emperor had come to the Guochang temple, but she believed that Jingjiu must have hidden something. Now that San pointed out, her expression changed slightly. Did something happen to Jingjiu? Looking at San on the tree, she felt helpless, and then she felt a strong sense of regret. She shouldn't have listened to him years ago and broken through the state directly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to catch up with him. What should she do next? She couldn't defeat or catch up with the Grandmaster. Should she give up and go back to the Guochang temple to see what had happened? Should she go back to the Shinma Peak and enter the middle state of free travel. The tranquil garden had turned into a ruin. Only the small stone tower remained intact. Louis, who was in a coma, was hugging the small stone tower tightly like a bear, sleeping soundly. Monk Dachong sat in a corner of the ruins, regulating his breath and healing his wounds. Monk Duhai bowed respectfully to the divine emperor. The emperor nodded in acknowledgement and closed his eyes to regulate his chi circulation. The head-on clash with the great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect had caused him some minor injuries. Monk Duhai walked to the front of Jing Jiao and lamented, "I didn't expect these two demons to have been hiding in the temple for so many years. I'm ashamed." Jing Jiao said, "I wasn't sure it was him before." Yin San had been the abbot of the Guochang Temple for many years in the past. Naturally, it was difficult for anyone to discover him hiding here. As such, Jing Jiao had no objection to Monk Duhai, but he didn't expect that it was the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect who had followed Yin San to hide in the Guochang Temple. If Monk Duhai hadn't pointed him out in advance, Jing Jiao wouldn't have been able to find the position of the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect among the monks performing the rituals outside the tranquil garden. Monk Duhai asked gravely, "Where is he?" Jing Jiao looked at the divine emperor, who was in the middle of regulating his breathing, thinking that his big brother wouldn't be able to leave today as long as Liu stalled him for a while. Sensing Jing Jiao's gaze, the divine emperor opened his eyes and nodded to indicate that he was all right and was about to leave the Guocheng Temple. Monk Duhai was fully aware that the divine emperor was on his way to pursue Taiping Zhenren, so he said hesitantly, "The chief monk and the elder of the instruction hall are coming out from behind closed doors. Please wait for a while, Your Majesty." It sounded like his idea was not wrong. That person was, after all, the most formidable figure in the cultivation world of Chaotian in the last 1,000 years. Even though his cultivation state hadn't recovered yet, it was not safe to send the divine emperor alone. Yet, the divine emperor didn't pay any attention to him. His feet left the ground, and the hot fire wings came out. He arrived in the high sky, ready to fly away. Monk Duhai sighed softly, knowing that the time was up. The divine emperor arrived in the high sky, looking down at the ground with the golden flames burning in his eyes. He followed the traces left by the thoughtless sword and looked at the distance. He believed in Jing Jiao's calculation and judgment. No matter how formidable Taiping Zhenren was, he couldn't get rid of Zhao Liu in a short time. All of a sudden, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He spun around abruptly and looked at the Guocheng Temple. It was quiet in the Guocheng Temple. To put it more precisely, it was quiet in the tranquil garden. The monks putting out the fire hadn't gotten close to those buildings yet. The elder of the instruction hall hadn't been notified yet, and it was believed that the chief monk had done the same. Monk Duhai looked at Jing Jiao in silence. Jing Jiao looked at him in silence. They stared at each other for only a moment. Jing Jiao realized that Monk Duhai was the person chosen by his big brother. This person was a good choice. He could even be said to be perfect. Monk Duhai grew up in the Guocheng Temple, and he was merely a young acolyte when the incident in the tranquil garden occurred, so he had nothing to do with those monks at the time. Over the years, he had represented the Guocheng Temple in traveling all over the world. He could be seen in Zhaoga City, Aoyama, and Cloud Dream Mountain, but he appeared most often in White Town. He had followed the Broadsword King and fought in the Snowland for many years, even delaying his Zen cultivation. So he had a high reputation, and he was the most trusted person of the Zen master. Unexpectedly, Monk Duhai helped him locate the position of the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. He used the great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect as a bait to lure out the two most powerful trump cards of Jing Jiao, the Divine Emperor and the sword formation of Aoyama. Meanwhile, Monk Duhai gained his trust and stood in front of Jing Jiao, ready to strike the final blow. It was the palm of the world. Smelling the faint scent of sandalwood in the ruins, Jing Jiao knew that Monk Duhai was about to employ the sacrifice method. Few magic methods could kill Jing Jiao directly, save for the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, like the sacrifice method. Even the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect couldn't kill Jingjiu with one stroke. Jingjiu was well aware of this fact. It seemed that San was also aware of this fact. The expression in Monk Duhai's eyes was very calm. He wasn't worried that Jingjiu would use that eerie movement to escape. It was because once the palm of the world was employed, the entire world would be under his control. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape from his palm. Jingjiu was also very calm, because he knew that he couldn't escape. As such, it was meaningless to scream or show a frightened expression in his eyes. Monk Duhai put his palms together, as if he was bowing to Jingjiu. The heaven and earth were combined. At the last moment, Jingjiu put down the sword of the universe and raised his right hand. It was the tip of his sword. He wanted to try and see if he could break through this combined heaven and earth by relying on his own power. It was at this moment that his left hand suddenly vibrated. The strand of fairy awareness that had been destroyed by him seemed to have sensed the crisis he was in, and it started to break through outward forcefully. There was a loud bang. The tranquil garden, which had been turned into ruins, once again generated terrifying airwaves. Zhuo Rujui, who was holding the small stone pagoda, was sent flying into the pond that had been boiled dry. He woke up in a daze, wondering what had happened. An angry roar came from the sky. A pair of fiery wings tore the air apart and crashed into the tranquil garden. Then came another boom, and the airwaves surged wildly. The monks fell to the ground one after another. Zhuo Rujui, who had just woken up, was knocked unconscious again. As the smoke and dust settled, Monk Dachong and the others arrived in the tranquil garden. Jingjiu was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, his clothes in tatters, and his right arm deformed. It was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. Even so, his left hand was still holding the fairy book tightly. A sigh full of regret and frustration seemed to be heard in the depths of everyone's spiritual sense at the same time. Monk Duhai's condition was even more miserable. His face was pale and devoid of blood, and his monk robe was stained with blood. He had employed the sacrifice method and was struck by the emperor's furious attack, so his meridians were all broken. If the emperor hadn't asked him to stay for questioning, he would have been dead by now. Monk Dachong and the others suddenly felt the temperature in the ruins rising sharply, and the pressure increased along with it. They retreated hastily. The two fiery wings landed outside the ruins and formed a circle. The emperor walked to the back of Jingjiu and started treating his wounds. "Except for Zen Master, anyone who steps into the circle will die," he said in a deep voice. No one could be seen on the big banyan tree. Zhao Liu and San had gone to another mountain dozens of miles away. Just like before, no matter how fast the thoughtless sword was, she couldn't catch up with San. However, San didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave. He would even turn around and walk in the air, talking to her calmly. It was then that Zhao Liu heard two consecutive loud explosions coming from the direction of the Guoqing temple. She halted her sword in the air and turned around to look in the direction of the explosions. She knew something had happened to Jingjiu. Her face turned extremely pale, and she regretted once again that she hadn't broken through the state directly. She gradually lowered her head. San drifted to the front of her and said, "As I said, you can't catch up with me, and nobody will come to help you." Looking down at the wild mountain, Zhao Liu said, "I don't believe you can calculate everything. I taught him everything. I know what he will think, so at least I can calculate everything about him." San calmly said, "Even if the young emperor uses his magical power to rush over, he still can't do anything to me, because the people of the Bai family are 700 miles to the north." With her head still lowered, Zhao Liu asked, "Shouldn't you be worried that the people of the Bai family will find you?" San smiled and said, "I'm just an ant right now, and it's hard for me to be seen." Zhao Liu raised her head, and a determined expression appeared on her face as she said, "I am also an ant, and I can bite you to death." San said indifferently, "First, you have to be able to catch up with me. But you're not faster than me. Otherwise, you would have left long ago. Why are you still here talking so much nonsense with me?" Zhao Lei stared at him and said, "You pretended to be so casual on purpose. Earlier, you even flew back to my side, as if you could leave at any time. You just wanted to trick me into giving up. Unfortunately, as I said, you are too pretentious." Insan's eyes turned slightly cold, and then he noticed that the little girl's eyes were so clear that there was no room for falsehood. What he said was of course a lie, no matter whether it was the emperor or the people of the Bai family. If they discovered his whereabouts, he would be dead for sure. But it was very easy for him to solve this situation. He only needed a very short period of time to hide in the forest by using the art of escape. Without any aura to rely on, even the figures in the peak of the heavenly arrival state couldn't find him. The problem was from the Changhua Palace until now, Zhao Lei had been following him. The nearest distance was only a few feet, and the furthest was no more than 1,000 feet. He couldn't get out of her sight, so he couldn't use his Dao without interference. She pursued him so hard, but why didn't she give him any time? Of course, the person who didn't give him any time was not Zhao Lei, but Jingjiao. As brothers, everything they did was meaningful. Jingjiao threw Zhao Lei to the Changhua Palace not only because he wanted her to avoid the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, but also because he wanted her to follow Insan. But just because of this little girl? Insan found Jingjiao's idea ridiculous, so he laughed. The trees in the wild mountain rustled by the cold wind, covering the laughter. Insan's smile gradually disappeared, and he turned around and flew toward the depths of the wild mountain. Zhao Lei followed him. Soon, the two of them came to another wild mountain. This place was gradually getting farther away from the seashore, and the wind was much weaker. The treetops swayed gently. There shouldn't be any sound of waves, but the rustling sound continued. This sound didn't come from the forest in the wild mountain, but from Zhao Lei's body. It sounded like the wind was blowing through the forest, but it was actually the clear spring flowing over the rocks. The sword's source flowed ceaselessly in her meridians, faster and faster. It was like a stream flowing ceaselessly in a steep valley. Even if it was smashed into pieces by the rocks, it still kept moving forward. Insan flew like a big bird. He turned around to look at her and asked, "Do you want to break through in battle? Do you want to die?" Zhao Lei didn't pay attention to him. She continued to move her sword's source, widening her meridians and purifying the sword pill at the same time. Countless dense sword wills overflowed from her body, and the trees along the way fell down noiselessly. Even the cloth that tied her black hair was cut, and her black hair danced wildly in the wind. This wasn't a good sign. It meant that she was about to lose control of the sword pill, so her sword wills overflowed on their own and slashed everywhere. No matter which cultivation sect she was in, no matter what method she cultivated, breaking through the realm was always the most dangerous moment. Most cultivators would choose to go into seclusion, consume enough medicinal pills, prepare enough crystals, and even invite a teacher to protect them before they would choose to break through the realm. In the past, Zhao Lei's breakthroughs have been very smooth. Other than the medicinal pills provided by Jingjiao, she didn't need any external help. But at the very least, she needed a quiet abode that wouldn't be disturbed. At this moment, she was controlling her sword, and she could fight with Insan at any time, but she chose to break through the realm. "You will die," Insan said as he stared in her eyes. Zhao Lei continued to ignore him. She forcefully absorbed the sword wills into her body and started to fuse them with the sword pill for the second time. Just as Insan had said, breaking through the realm in the midst of fierce winds and high-speed flying was indeed a matter of seeking death. Her sword awareness was slightly unstable, and the thoughtless sword started to sway, almost crashing into a cliff. Zhao Lei looked at Insan, who had pulled away from her. Her eyes were calm and determined, without any fear or intention of retreating. She just felt that the black hair that occasionally danced in front of her was slightly annoying. With a thought, her sword wills left her body and materialized. With a few swishing sounds, the fluttering black hair was cut by the sword wills. They floated far away with the wind and then gradually dispersed. Her waterfall-like black hair turned back into messy short hair. Her pale face and black and white eyes became clearer. Chapter 434. Seeing this, Ensign stopped talking. He turned around with his hands clasped behind his back and started to fly attentively. Standing on the thoughtless sword, Zhao Liu chased after him while breaking the state. There was no one from the Bai family in the sky. Under the deterrence of the sword formation of Aoyama, the Zhongzhou school had already returned to the north after receiving the unicorn. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. There was only a blood-red sword light and the shadow of a big bird between heaven and earth. The sword light and the bird's shadow were traveling among the wild mountains. A long time had passed. Zhao Liu still didn't break the state. Instead, the backfire of the sword's source hurt her more and more. Her face became paler and paler, and her eyes became dimmer and dimmer. But she didn't slow down at all. No one knew how she could do that when she was in the initial state of free travel. Even though she had sat in the sword peak for several years, and even though she had the acquired shapeless sword body, she couldn't bear such pain. Normally, she would have given up at this moment. Bravery and perseverance didn't mean that she just kept moving forward regardless of the way back or life and death, especially after she had been taught by Jingjiu for so many years. But she wouldn't give up today because she understood many things. Why Jingjiu didn't allow her to break into the middle state of free travel when she could have done that several years ago. Why Jingjiu left her outside the Zen Hall and let her meet the Grandmaster Taiping. She had the answers to all these questions. For example, the latter. Jingjiu's meaning was clear. You can't leave him behind. Now something happened to Jingjiu, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Of course, she couldn't leave him behind. Moreover, she would kill him. A high mountain suddenly appeared in front of the wild mountains. The higher one went, the more sparse the vegetation became, especially the steep cliff in front of them, which was full of rocks like the Sword Peak in Aoyama. This place was thousands of miles away from Aoyama, so it wasn't the Sword Peak. If he didn't change his direction, he would directly crash into the cliff. Insan's expression was calm as he continued forward. He didn't slow down or change his direction, as if he was going to crash into it directly. Zhao Liu still couldn't break through, and her internal injuries worsened. Her sword pellet trembled uneasily and actually showed signs of collapsing. If such a thing really happened, at the very least, he would lose his cultivation and have to start from scratch. At the very least, he would die. Her face was as pale as blood, and there was blood at the corner of her lips. It was unknown how many times she had vomited blood on the road, but her eyes were still calm. Even if Insan really had some kind of escape technique that could allow him to enter the mountain, she would still follow him and kill her way in. Insan flew in front of the cliff and suddenly stopped. Then, he turned around and pointed a finger at the sky. It seemed like a simple action, but it was actually very scary. Suddenly coming to a stop while flying at high speed was something that went against the rules of the universe. It was the real unity of movement and stillness. Even a mighty being at the peak of the reaching heaven state couldn't do it perfectly. In all of Chaotian, Insan and Jingjiu were the only two brothers who could do it, or some swordsmen of the underworld. It was for this reason that the unicorn's shoulder was pierced by Jingjiu's sword in the Guecheng temple. Zhao Liu flew toward the cliff wall. The ordinary finger touched the center of Zhao Liu's brows with an exceedingly pure sword will. If she didn't have the shapeless sword body, she would have been pierced through by this sword will and died instantly. Even so, she still couldn't withstand it. She fell off the thoughtless sword and drifted down the cliff wall soundlessly. He was indeed the Grandmaster of Aoyama and Taiping Jinren of the underworld who had dominated the human world. He had put her in a desperate situation the first time he struck. Though it seemed like a casual strike, it actually contained a great deal of calculation and experience. The cliff wall was the heaven and earth, so it was an advantage for him to move at the same time. Most importantly, he had calculated that Zhao Liu was at her weakest after breaking through the state. Insan didn't take another look at Zhao Liu, who was drifting down the cliff wall. He waved his sleeves slightly and was about to employ the magic method to hide in the forest. There was a soft clank sound. The thoughtless sword suddenly moved at a high speed, brushing past Jing Jiu's body with a blood-red sword light. A wound appeared on Insan's shoulder. The bone flute had drifted in front of him unknowingly. If it weren't for the protection of the bone flute, the thoughtless sword might have cut him in half. Without the true spirit, even a flying sword of the fairy state couldn't kill the enemy by itself. The lone sword was far from being able to do so, let alone the thoughtless sword. It could only mean one thing. Zhao Liu wasn't dead yet. The thoughtless sword didn't stop there. It turned into a blood-red light and flew down the cliff wall at a high speed. A moment later, Zhao Liu came back to the cliff wall by stepping on the sword. The black in her eyes were darker, and the white was whiter. It was very obvious. Her eyes were enough to attract everyone's attention, so no one could notice her pale face and blood-stained clothes. What was more unimaginable was that the spirit she emitted was obviously stronger than before, and it was extremely stable, as if the stream had passed through the dark valley and arrived at the peaceful pine forest. Insan's finger attack was indeed powerful, so powerful that she couldn't avoid it. However, the clear sword will entered her body and triggered the counterattack of the sword pill, which was about to collapse. The swordsmanship of Aoyama was about starting from the inside and then the outside. The sword will fought with the sword pill, which gave her time to control the chaotic sword will. During the moment when she drifted down the cliff, she guarded her Taoist heart and calmed her sword will. The second fusion was successful, and she entered the middle state of free travel. No one had expected such a result. Insan didn't expect it, and neither did Zhao Liu. What she thought of was another thing. From the Guoqing temple to here, Insan hadn't launched any attack. But now he suddenly launched an attack. It seemed that he had a perfect grasp of the environment and timing, but it was also because he felt that he had no hope of getting rid of her and felt uneasy. "You're afraid," Zhao Liu said while looking at Insan's eyes. After a moment of silence, Insan said with a smile, "No, I just realized that I made a mistake. I should have killed you before leaving." Zhao Liu said emotionlessly, "Now my state is higher than yours. Can you still kill me?" If a high state means greatness, there wouldn't be so many boring fights in the cultivation world. You can just report your state when you meet. Insan stopped smiling and said seriously while looking at her, "It's not too late for me to kill you now." Without saying anything else, Zhao Liu started to attack. Now her state was higher than Insan's, and the thoughtless sword was the fastest sword among the main swords of the 9 peaks of Aoyama. She could catch up with Insan easily. Even if Insan didn't want to fight, he had to. The blood-red sword light illuminated the cliff wall and hacked at it fiercely. What Zhao Liu used was, of course, the 9 Deaths sword style of Shima Peak. She wouldn't regret it even if she died 9 times. After the immortal Jingyang, she was the only one in the world who knew this sword style. In fact, she was the only one who was most suitable for this sword style. Clank, 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 clank. Dozens of clanking sounds rang out. Zhao Liu retreated more than 100 feet by stepping on her sword. She looked at Insan floating in front of the cliff wall with a serious expression. An invisible wound appeared on her left shoulder. The thing that hurt her was the bone flute. It was unknown what material the bone flute was made of and how Insan refined it. It could fight like a flying sword and was extremely hard. The thoughtless sword hacked at it more than a dozen times but failed to break it. Instead, she was hurt by the sword will that floated out of the bone flute. Insan floated in front of the cliff wall with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked like a fairy, just like the sword will that floated out of the bone flute. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It said that you are talented in cultivation. It seems that the rumors are true. You're even better than Nan Wang. It's a pity that your teacher is too lazy to teach you. You know too little swordsmanship. So when you fight with your sword, it's inevitable that it's a little simple. Simple means boring. Zhao Liu was born with natural Taoist quality and a genius in swordsmanship. The Nine Deaths sword style that she cultivated for more than 20 years was judged boring by him. But thinking of his identity and the invisible wound on Zhao Liu's shoulder, she had to admit that he was qualified to make such an evaluation. Jing Jiu taught Zhao Liu the Nine Deaths sword style, Gu Qing the inherited heaven sword style, and Yuan Chu the seven plum sword style. He taught them only one sword style, not several sword styles at the same time. What Yin San said was a denial of Jing Jiu's opinion. Zhao Liu disagreed, saying, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Some sword styles in the current 9 peaks of Aoyama are indeed a bit inferior, but you should still learn them. You should go to the Hermit Peaks to see if there are any old sword scripts suitable for you. In addition, some other places in the world have good sword styles, like the No Mercy sect." Yin San said, "Only by learning all kinds of sword styles can you truly understand the principle that everything is a sword." Zhao Liu asked thoughtfully, "Everything is a sword? All in one sword?" Yin San sighed. Aoyama is indeed getting worse with each generation. The first page of the sword script has 4 words written clearly, but why is it so difficult to remember them? Zhao Liu bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." Yin San waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so courteous. You will die here today anyway." "I don't think so," said Zhao Liu. No sooner had she said this than she started to attack again. As Yin San said, the cultivation state couldn't decide everything. She had practiced the sword work for no more than 30 years, while Yin San had practiced it for more than 1,000 years. How could they be compared? In an instant, 2 more invisible wounds appeared on her body. Yet, she remained calm. Yet Yin San felt it odd. This time, Zhao Liu's attack was evidently different from before. Her sword moves were more powerful, but her sword wills were less agile. Her talent in the sword work shouldn't have led to such a situation. It could only mean one thing. She had done it on purpose. The more powerful her sword moves were, the louder the sword chime became. Who was she trying to inform? Yin San raised his eyebrows slightly. If this place was still near the Guochang Temple or a cultivation sect, there might be some cultivation practitioners who could hear her sword chime. But this was a barren mountain, a wild mountain. Who could it be? He had never believed in the stories of finding treasures in the wild, of encountering apes in the wild, or of encountering immortals when one was about to die. Wang Xiaoming, the current master of the mysterious dark sect, had encountered many such stories, but they were all arranged by him. Zhao Liu's sword moves suddenly changed, and she hacked down on Yin San like a violent storm. Yin San stopped thinking about these things and responded calmly. A cloud of dust suddenly rose from the wild forest at the foot of the cliff, as if someone was rushing over at high speed. Boom! The wild forest was crushed by the energy, and a piece of flat land with a circumference of 100 feet appeared. A person leaped up by riding a sword, leaving a silver line in front of the cliff at an extremely fast speed. He was at least a cultivation practitioner in the state of free travel. What was surprising was that the person didn't use a sword style, but a burning fist with billowing black smoke. A loud bang resounded. The horrifying fist came right at him. Yin San retreated to the cliff, knocking down the cliff wall with countless rocks. A trace of scorch appeared on his clothes. "Interesting," he said after a slight hesitation. The approaching person was standing on a small silver flying sword. The difference in size was huge, and it was indeed interesting to watch. Yin San found it interesting not because of the sword, but because he knew this person and this sword. Lu Shui and the lone sword. "I informed you when I passed by the vegetable garden. Why did you come so late?" Zhao Liu asked while looking at him, thinking that there must be something wrong. Lu Shui noticed that there was something wrong with her breath, so he flew to her side and said casually, "This sword doesn't listen to me. I don't know what's going on." It had taken him more time to get here from the vegetable garden than he had imagined. If he hadn't followed the traces of the thoughtless sword all the way, he would have lost it long ago. The speed of the lone sword was not as fast as that of the thoughtless sword, and for some reason, the small silver sword seemed a little timid today, and even seemed to deliberately lose its way. Zhao Liu also felt that the thoughtless sword was a little strange today. Even when she didn't deliberately suppress it, it still couldn't let go. Old swords naturally have deep feelings. Insan said indifferently. These two swords were left by me to him, so he naturally recognizes me. Only then did Lu Shui see his face clearly. He was very surprised and shouted, "Senior, how come it's you?" Zhao Liu's eyes were slightly cold, and she asked, "You know him?" Lu Shui was a little confused and said, "Yes." Zhao Liu said, "Don't worry about that. Kill him first." Lu Shui looked at the bloodstains on her body and asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Liu looked at San, in case he suddenly left, and said, "He wants to kill Jingjiao." Lu Shui knew that the Guocheng Temple had something to do today, but because of his deep-rooted trust in Jingjiao, he obediently listened to Jingjiao's arrangements and didn't go. Hearing Zhao Liu's words, he became really worried and asked, "Is young master all right?" Zhao Liu didn't say anything. Lu Shui was silent for a while, and then he looked at San and asked, "Senior, who are you?" The chase began again, but this time, it was Zhao Liu and Lu Shui who were chasing San. Of course, before that, there were some short conversations, mental activities, and pictures that were worth describing but didn't need to be described because the ending had already been decided. For example, when Lu Shui learned that the young monk was his grandmaster Taiping Zhenren, he was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide enough to swallow Xiaohe's fist. San sighed with emotion. "How dare you use the lone sword and the thoughtless sword, the two famous swords of Aoyama, to chase after me, the great grandmaster of Aoyama?" And when Zhao Liu asked Lu Shui what to choose, Lu Shui still thought about it. He wasn't thinking about which side to choose, but how to persuade the grandmaster to stay and listen to his young master's arrangements. Two rays of sword light, one red and one silver, chased after the gray bird flying between heaven and earth. They left the wild mountains and came to the plain. The plain below was gradually covered with snow, but as the dusk approached, the snow could no longer be seen. Finally, the night came. Fireworks rose from the plain from time to time, which looked very beautiful. The fireworks illuminated the road ahead. The shadow of the bird flew past, and so did the sword light. Every once in a while, the shadow of the bird and the sword light would stop for a while at the ruined temple at the entrance of the village or by the wild graves in the mountains. That was the moment of real danger. Then, the shadow of the bird would leave the battle and fly away. The sword light caught up with it again. In such a chase, the night grew darker and darker, but the fireworks didn't stop. Suddenly, the whole world started to be lit up with firecrackers, cracking and shaking the night sky. The new year arrived. Chapter 435. The chase started from the Guocheng Temple, passed by the vegetable garden, the official road with the big banyan tree, the vast wild mountains, and the high peak at the end, the field full of fireworks, and the desolate ruined temple and wild graves. It seemed that the chase would go on forever. It had been 30 years since San reincarnated and started his cultivation again. He had already recovered to the state of free travel, which was similar to Zhao Liu and Lu Shui in terms of cultivation, and was even slightly weaker than them. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to defeat them together. The problem was that he had been reincarnated and started his cultivation again for only 30 years, but he had lived for over 1,000 years in this world. He had used more flying swords than Zhao Liu and Lu Shui, and he had mastered more Taoist magic arts than they had ever seen, and he had experienced countless battles. No matter how Zhao Liu and Lu Shui attacked, he could always use the most appropriate method to deal with them. All kinds of Taoist magic arts bloomed between his fingers like blooming flowers, constantly changing, and none of them repeated. Especially the sword art of the peaks of Aoyama. He could use it freely, and the word perfect was not enough to describe it. Blood spilled in the mountains, rivers, and lakes, most of which came from the bodies of Zhao Liu and Lu Shui. Their clothes were torn, and wounds were everywhere on their bodies. Looking at the figure in front of them that looked like a large bird and thinking of the countless fights over the last 2 days, they felt a great deal of admiration in addition to astonishment, thinking that Jing Jiao, the young master, was no better than him. Moreover, Insan's bone flute was some kind of treasure. Sometimes it could fly in the sky like a flying sword, and sometimes it was like a magic weapon commonly seen in the Xianmen sect. The material of the flute was very special. Even a lone sword couldn't cut it, let alone the thoughtless sword. But they did not give up, nor were they afraid. They still chased after Yin San in silence and determination. With Yin San's ability, he could have found a chance to escape from their pursuit. The problem was that his body had hidden injuries, and he couldn't bear too serious an injury, so he didn't dare to take the risk. On the way, he calculated several perfect opportunities, and when he turned around to kill one of them, he failed because of the tacit understanding between Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui. Yes, Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui hadn't met many times, and they hadn't even exchanged a few words, but they cooperated very well. They were like fellow disciples who had been cultivating together for many years. At that time, they didn't say a word to each other, nor did they contact each other in advance. They didn't even know each other, and yet they could kill Lo Huainan. This was the reason. Every time Yin San turned around to kill, the timing was really perfect. Whether the target was Zhao Liu or Lu Shisui, they should have been unable to avoid it, and they would have died on the spot. But the remaining person didn't care about the life or death of the other person. Instead, he started to prepare for a big move by taking advantage of the other person's explosion before death, and fought desperately. In the face of such a crazy but tacit fighting style, even he had to give up. Such a scene appeared at least 4 times in the process of the pursuit. Insan wondered how a guy like Jing Jiao, who was afraid of death, could teach 2 disciples who were so fearless of death. This question troubled him, causing him to be puzzled no matter how he thought about it, causing him to feel more and more irritated. 3 days later, he came to a small town on the shore of Ozawa. Not far away, the lake reflected the light of the winter sun, and the people's faces were filled with the spirit of the new year. Even so, his mood didn't improve. His injuries were not very serious, but his clothes had already been torn in many places. The surface of the bone flute was also full of demon fire burns and bloodstains. His usually calm and collected eyes were now filled with hidden anger. His eyebrows were slightly raised, like the edges of a burnt paper. He looked very embarrassed. This was one of the most dangerous experiences he had had in his 1,000 years of cultivation. What made him most depressed was that his opponents this time were undoubtedly the weakest ones. The great Taiping Zhenren was forced into such an embarrassing situation by 2 disciples of the state of free travel, and he even almost died several times. How could he figure it out? Thinking of these questions, he turned around and walked into a blacksmith shop on the street, and then disappeared. 2 beams of sword light fell from the sky, dyeing the lake water silver and red. With the howling wind, Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui appeared on the street, covered with blood, and their clothes were ragged. People in the market screamed and ran away. The 2 looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They clearly saw Yin San land on the street, but why did they lose sight of him when he landed? They couldn't even sense his breath. Even if he had a magic treasure to hide his breath, it wouldn't work in such a short time. Besides, the magic treasure itself had breath, so it should have been detected. Lu Shisui clenched his fists, and the black devil fire broke out of his body and spread along the houses on both sides of the street. When the devil fire passed through the brick cracks or windows, it would flow in like water. The secret method of the Bloody Demon Church was really powerful. During the pursuit, he had found out Yin San by this method twice when he hid in the cliff. But the situation was different this time. The devil fire turned into the tiniest particles and drifted into the most quiet and narrow corners. But it didn't find Yin San's breath or the existence of his magic treasure. Zhao Liu slightly raised her eyebrows. She didn't have time to disturb the cultivators in Ozawa. She waved her right sleeve and threw out a bell. The bell made a crisp sound and moved quickly in the small town, leaving countless residual shadows. It was the heart-cleansing bell given to her by the young master of the Platonist sect, Sensei. It had a magical effect on detecting the opponent's breath. However, the small bell still didn't find anything after searching all the houses and fields in the small town. Insan was obviously here and didn't leave. Why couldn't the magic treasure of the Platonist sect and the secret method of the Bloody Demon Church find him? Lu Shui said, "Why don't we demolish all these houses and compensate them later?" Zhao Leo looked at the surface of the lake not far away and said, "Let's leave first." There were waves on the surface of the lake, and a strong wind suddenly appeared in winter. The white and yellow reeds were bent by the wind. It should be the cultivators of Ozawa who were approaching. Lu Shui was a bit confused. He thought that Ozawa and Aoyama sect had always been on good terms, so why didn't they ask them for help? Was it inconvenient for outsiders to know the internal affairs of Aoyama? Zhao Leo looked at the ordinary-looking small town and said, "Someone is helping him here." Lu Shui thought of the legend of the hidden swordsman and was very surprised. It turned out that the rumored small town by the bank of Ozawa was here. The hidden swordsman could avoid the search of the sword formation of Aoyama for hundreds of years under the protection of the turtle shell. If he helped the Grandmaster escape, no one would be able to find him. Insen walked into a blacksmith shop, but it might look like a restaurant from the outside, an ordinary house, or even a piece of stone. The appearance of an object depended on what you saw and your judgment based on your experience. But in some cases, it depended on the desire of the person who played the object. As such, neither Zhao Leu nor Lu Shui could find that place. It would be pointless even if Lu Ci came to this small town in person to search for it. Lu Ci had come to this place after the League of the Deviant Sects led by the grandson of the former emperor had almost breached the No Mercy sect, but they were defeated by the Aoyama sect. The reason Insan could find that place was that the owner of that place had kept the door open to him. Jingjio's memory was correct. That person had caused so much trouble in the world back then, and it had something to do with Taiping Zhenren. As Jingjio walked into the blacksmith shop, it turned into a garden. The grotesque rocks were by the pond, and the slender bamboos were hidden behind the white walls. There was no pleasant music here, nor was there the annoying sound of reading. The quietness exuded a sense of contentment. Insan had been here a few times, and each time he felt the scenery was wonderful, but he had never envied it. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, or how it could be changed according to one's will, one would still feel bored after living here for more than 400 years. It was because one couldn't go out. If one looked up at the top of the garden, he would find that there was no real sky here. The seemingly dark and gray sky was in fact a kind of wall with many squares on it, resembling the shell of a huge turtle. Of course, this place was much better than the room he had in the sword jail. In the deep end of the garden, a middle-aged man was waiting for In-san. The middle-aged man had a lean face and an extraordinary bearing. He wore a bright yellow royal robe, exuding a faint, awe-inspiring and genuine royal aura. He was the hidden swordsman. He was the descendant of the former emperor. He called himself Emperor Shao. The tattered clothes turned into ashes and sank into the pond. After many years of dissolving, they would be discharged into Ozawa through the underground passageway, without leaving any energy or smell behind, so that the sword formation of Aoyama wouldn't discover them. Looking at the wounds on In-san's body, Emperor Shao asked confusedly, "How come the immortal has suffered so many wounds?" Thinking of the two fearless little guys, In-san's eyes revealed a complicated emotion. "Many things have changed, even beyond my calculation," he said. He had calculated most of the things that had happened in Guocheng Temple, but he had miscalculated the most important thing. In his mind, Jingjio had inherited everything from Jingyang, so his temperament would be similar, and he would live like Jingyang. However, he didn't expect that Jingjio would dare to take the risk, daring to send a young disciple like Zhao Leu to hunt him down, and that Zhao Leu and Lu Shui would be so crazy. Such craziness was so unlike Jingyang, but more like himself. The Emperor Shao held a small crystal knife in his hand and kept on cutting Insan's body with a serious and focused expression on his face. Insan's wounds were indeed not serious, but there was something wrong with his body. In such a short time, the edges of his wounds had begun to rot, and there was even a rancid smell coming from deep inside. If he didn't cut off all the rotten flesh, the rot would spread quickly in a short time until the body collapsed. Therefore, although Emperor Shao didn't cut off all the rotten flesh, the range of his cuts was wide and deep, and some places even directly cut into his body. Insan didn't block his own senses, because when Emperor Shao couldn't confirm the situation, he had to look inside himself and tell the Emperor where to cut with the crystal knife and what to cut. Naturally, it was extremely painful. His face turned a bit pale, but his eyes were still calm, as if the crystal knife was not cutting his body. After a while, Emperor Shao finally cut off all the rotten flesh on his body, took out the fishing line made of the tendons of the flood dragon, and sewed up all the wounds, big or small. Insan stood up and looked in the mirror at the cobweb-like scars on the surface of his body, frowning slightly. It was not because he cherished his appearance or paid attention to aesthetics, but because of other reasons. This was the body with the best compatibility he could find. He had hoped that it could last for a few years, but he didn't expect that he would have to give it up for 2 children. Emperor Shao said, "This body can only last for 3 years at most. You have to be prepared in advance." If Insan couldn't find a new body within 3 years, it was very likely that his soul would scatter and vanish. It's not entirely a bad thing. In the past, I was worried that my body would be damaged, so I was very careful. But now I think it's wrong. I was treating my body like a tool. Insan said, "Now that I'm injured, I feel that my body is much better. I believe it will be good for the future." Emperor Shao said, "Congratulations, immortal." Insan said, "What's there to be happy about after being forced into such a difficult situation by 2 juniors?" Emperor Shao was a bit surprised, thinking that he was being hunted by the disciples of Aoyama. Insan thought of the tacit cooperation between Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui on the way, thinking that these 2 kids were really suitable to join Bulolin. With these questions in mind, he went around the screen in the room and came to the other side. There was a big wooden barrel with 10,000-year-old ice essence in it, giving off faint smoke. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was sitting in it. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, and his sparse hair drooped as if he was no longer breathing. The sword will has penetrated his body too deeply. It's even in his blood. I have to replace his blood. I've already replaced 3 barrels, and I think I'll have to replace 3 more. Emperor Shao looked at the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect with sympathy and said, "I don't know if he can make it." 3 days ago, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was pierced through by Lu Si's sword and severely wounded. The sword formation of Aoyama had also been activated. If Insan hadn't prepared in advance and asked Emperor Shao to put him into the turtle shell, he would have died for sure. Both Emperor Shao and the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect were hidden swordsmen who had been forced into darkness by the sword formation of Aoyama. Seeing the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect in such a serious condition, it was inevitable that they would feel sad. Chapter 436. Will he die? Looking at his face, Emperor Shao felt it was inappropriate. Will he die? If it were so easy for him to die, I would have killed him back then, said Wai San. The great Grandmaster Xian, Wai had his eyes closed. It was unclear if he was really unconscious or if he had woken up and dare not open his eyes. Wai San didn't mind it and continued, "Let's take this as a lesson for him. I hope he will understand." Emperor Shao said with a faint smile, "He should. It's because he doesn't want to die, just like I don't want to die either." Wai San said, "Among the true enemies of Aoyama, only the 3 of you are still alive. You should be satisfied." Looking at his profile, Emperor Shao said seriously, "I don't want to live in G-Shell all my life." "I'll solve these problems as soon as possible," said Wai San. Emperor Shao asked, "What about Jingjiu? Will he die?" Wisen said, I don't think he has a reason to live this time. Emperor Xiao felt relieved and said, It's good that he's dead. If you two brothers are both alive, how can the others live? Wisen glanced at him and said, It's understandable that the one on the foggy island and the one in the barrel are afraid of me, but you and I have known each other for so many years. Are you worried that I'll betray you? It's not a matter of betraying you. The two immortals have exceedingly high magic power, and their calculating ability is immeasurable. They often fight to a draw, but many others have died because of it. Emperor Xiao continued with a smile. I think the Zhongzhou school should have a good understanding of this. The upheaval of the fiend prison started when Wei San wanted to kill Jing Jiao, so he sent a letter to the prison. And both he and Jing Jiao wanted to free the king of the underworld. However, the fiend prison turned into ruins in the end. The old dragon died. It was the same in the upheaval of the Guocheng temple. The unicorn was stabbed by Wei San, and the Zhongzhou school suffered the most. A stupid creature like the unicorn, who has the magic power but no brains, can't possibly kill Jing Jiao, and his position in this scheme is too good. Wei San turned around and walked toward the outside of the room. Emperor Xiao followed him and asked, Is it a pity not to touch him? Wei San said, Yeah. Emperor Xiao didn't say anything but sighed with emotion. No matter how intense the battle was, if they encountered an external force, they would naturally retreat outwards. They did not deliberately cooperate. It was just a tacit understanding formed over 1,000 years, even a kind of instinct. Who wouldn't be afraid of a pair of brothers like them? Wei San walked out of the house and looked at the G-shell roof full of grids like the gray sky. He walked to the pond and sat down, splashing the clean water on his face. Emperor Zhao's previous worries were actually common sense in the cultivation world hundreds of years ago. In the current cultivation world's impression, perfected Jing, Wei was always in seclusion and rarely came out. However, the older generation knew that he had participated in at least one major event. In that major event, he and Taiping Jinren, the two brothers, had caused many people to suffer unspeakably. For example, the Xianwei sect, whose headquarters had been destroyed, and the masters and fellow disciples of Aoyama, who were imprisoned in the sword jail and died in the Hermit Peaks. In Emperor Zhao's eyes, the return of these two brothers would cause a great disturbance in the cultivation world, just like what had happened to the Fiend Prison and the Guocheng Temple this time. Wei San, of course, wanted to kill Jing Jiao, but everything in the world had its own order. Jing Jiao was not Jing Wei. He was also a member of Aoyama, and Aoyama belonged to him. Looking at the young face in the water and smelling the faint rotten smell coming from the t-shirt, Wei San fell silent for a long time. Why didn't Jing Jiao encounter the same problem as him? Was it right for him to do so? No. If he had done so, who would he be? Jing Jiao and Wei San were very good at scheming and making decisions. Though it was unclear how good Zhao Leiyu and Lu Shui were at calculating and planning, they were no weaker than them in making decisions. They determined that Wei San had been picked up by the rumored hidden swordsman, so they left the small town by the Ozawa River without hesitation and returned to the Guocheng Temple as quickly as they could after risking their lives to hunt him down for 3 days and 3 nights. They wanted to bring back the latest information, and more importantly, they were worried about Jing Jiao's current situation. The tranquil garden had turned into ruins and was uninhabitable. Jing Jiao was arranged to stay in the White Mountain Meditation Room. The elder of the instruction hall came out from behind closed doors and led 300 monks to set up the great formation of Huayan. Even if the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect and the unicorn came back, they wouldn't be able to get in. Monk Duhai sat in a corner with his legs crossed, his body bound by the heavy chains made of the heavy sea iron, unable to move. His eyes were closed, his expression calm. The emperor stood in front of the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was praying or adjusting his breath. In order to suppress the injury in Jing Jiao's t-shirt, he had consumed a lot of Zhen Yuan, so he should be a little tired. Jing Jiao lay on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, and his eyelashes unblinkingly. It took him a long time to breathe slowly. His right arm was severely deformed, like a sword twisted by a great force, looking very miserable. His left hand was still tightly clenched, his fingers emitting a faint light and a fresh breath that was more beautiful than the spring breeze. Under his left hand, there was a scripture carefully copied by the elder of the instruction hall, so that it could slightly slow down the speed of the fairy aura dissipating. At that time, Monk Duhai used the Prudnal World Palm to launch a sneak attack, and Jingjiu had no other choice but to try to use his sword to see if he could cut open heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, at that time, the fairy awareness in the fairy book suddenly launched an attack. Under the attack from both sides, he finally suffered a serious injury that was beyond recovery. The white cat hid at the end of the bed, reaching out his front paw from time to time to gently scratch Jingjiu's feet, trying to wake him up. He looked very uneasy. This was what Zhao Leiyu and Lu Shui saw when they walked into the meditation room. Walking to the front of the bed, Zhao Leiyu looked at Jingjiu and asked, "What's going on?" The emperor stood in front of the Buddha statue, saying nothing. The white cat crouched down secretly, not daring to attract her attention. He knew that she looked calm at the moment, but she was actually in a very bad mood. The elder of the instruction hall told them what happened 3 days ago, and then he looked at Monk Duhai sitting cross-legged at the doorway, saying with a complicated expression, "Nobody knows why junior martial nephew Duhai did this. He has never said a word." Zhao Leiyu turned around and walked to the front of Monk Duhai, her right hand falling on his shoulder, making a light paw sound. Then, a cracking sound was heard. The thoughtless sword emerged from her palm and pierced through Monk Duhai's shoulder, cutting open the most sensitive part of his body, the Sanji channel, and then the tip of the sword came out from his waist. This sword would bring the most extreme pain to Monk Duhai. Looking at the scene, the monks of the Guocheng Temple couldn't bear to watch, especially those disciples of the Justice Hall, most of whom were the disciples of Monk Duhai, who were even more furious. An eminent monk of the Justice Hall suppressed his anger and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Duhai has used the sacrifice spell, and he can live for another 7 days at most. Peak Master Zhao, there is no need to do this." Zhao Leiyu didn't pay attention to these monks. She just looked at Monk Duhai's face in silence, the thoughtless sword moving slowly through his body. Monk Duhai's eyebrows quivered slightly, and he opened his eyes slowly, looking at her. Zhao Leiyu withdrew her sword. The pain in Monk Duhai's eyes gradually turned into calmness, as if he had been truly relieved. "We didn't know that the unicorn would come. We only knew that he might come. This is a variable, but it's not important." He looked at Zhao Leiyu and said calmly, "The great Grandmaster Xian, why doesn't know that his mission is to bring out all the swordsmen around him, but I know that my mission is to wait." "Wait until there is no one around him?" asked Zhao Leiyu. "Yes, and the closer the fairy book is to be refined, the better, because he will be at his weakest at that moment," Monk Duhai said with a smile. "In fact, you should be proud of Jingjiu. This scheme involved so many important figures, including the unicorn, the great grandmaster, the emperor, and the immortal Lu Ci, but the real target was him." Zhao Leiyu asked emotionlessly, "Are you sure you have succeeded?" Monk Duhai said, "I used the palm of the world to break one of his Tao trees, and his spiritual soul became stagnant. He couldn't refine the fairy book anymore, and he would be killed by the countercharge. This is the plan made by the immortal. How could it fail?" "Why?" Zhao Leiyu asked after a long silence. She wasn't asking about one thing, but everything. She was asking about everything, from Guocheng Temple to Aoyama, from Taiping-Zhenren to Jingwei. "I'm probably the only one who can answer this question." The emperor turned around in front of the Buddha statue, waving his sleeve to signal all the monks to leave. Looking at Monk Duhai, the monks of Guocheng Temple felt sorry for him, but they had no choice but to leave. Only the emperor, Zhao Leiyu, Lu Shui, Monk Duhai, and a cat were left in the White Mountain meditation room. Zhao Leiyu knew that Jingjiu trusted the emperor a lot, so she told him what happened afterward and told him her own judgment. Taiping Zhenren must have gotten help from another hidden swordsman. He got away in the end. The emperor walked to the stone steps outside the meditation room and looked at the temporary one in the pagoda forest, saying, "In fact, all the stories originated from his greed. How could it be so easy for the world to be at peace?" The beginning of this story happened 800 years ago. The immortal Daoyuan of the Aoyama sect was sneak attacked by Nanchu when he was about to ascend, and his ascension failed. Because of the sword formation of Aoyama, Nanchu hid on the foggy island in the South Ocean and didn't dare show up. He was the first hidden swordsman, the current great grandmaster of the foggy island. According to Jing Jiu's judgment, the current godly swordsman of West Ocean should be from the foggy island. The failure of the immortal Daoyuan's ascension led to the failure of the sect master of Aoyama, who was also the master of Taiping Jinren and the master of the immortal Jingwei. The peaks of the Aoyama sect were in turmoil for a long time in order to compete for the position of the sect master. As the principal disciple of the sect master, Taiping Jinren was considered a threat by the masters of the peaks. They had found many reasons to expel him from Aoyama in the end. Of course, it was not a true expulsion, like what happened to Lu Shisui. At the time, Jing Wei, Lu Xi, and Yuan Shijing didn't have a good time on the peak of Shanda Peak. Many years later, Taiping Jinren, whom everybody thought was dead, suddenly reappeared in the human world and traveled for 20 years with the king of the underworld. It seemed that the underworld and the human world would have a peaceful time. Unexpectedly, the human cultivation circle suddenly turned against him. The Zhongzhou school, Yamatai, Kunlun, and other sects besieged the king of the underworld. The fairy book descending from heaven. The king of the underworld was locked in the deep end of the fiend prison, and he didn't die together with the old dragon until a year ago. Though what happened later was not Taiping Jinren's doing. He had done a great service for the human race. Thanks to this achievement, he returned to Aoyama, intending to inherit the position of the sect master. The masters of the peaks in Aoyama weren't Ji. Taiping Jinren had already mastered the supreme magic methods of the Aoyama sect and learned the powerful methods of the underworld at the time, and he was one of the few swordsmen in the heavenly arrival state. His two main disciples, Lu Xi and Yuan Shijing, were also rare geniuses in the history of Aoyama, and he claimed that the Dead Dog and the Devil Jay, two of the principal guards of Aoyama, were on his side. Most importantly, his young brother Jing Wei had demonstrated an unimaginable cultivation state and prowess during the civil strife in Aoyama. After a brutal and bloody sword fight, some elders of Aoyama died. Some elders went to the hermit peaks and swore not to come out, and some were locked in the sword jail. The orthodoxy of Aoyama continued. Nobody knew what effect the traveling in the underworld and the suppression of the king of the underworld had on Taiping Jinren. Yet, it was certain that his ideology had undergone a subtle and secretive change. Another 100 years had passed. The Snowy Kingdom experienced a strange change, and the BC invaded the south. The cultivation sects in the north were wiped out, and the orthodoxy of the dynasty was interrupted. The world was in chaos, and the bandits were everywhere. A talented young woman left the Shui nunnery and killed 40,000 people and burned down 17 strongholds of the bandits, stabilizing the situation for the time being. At the suggestion of Taiping Jinren, the leaders of a few orthodox cultivation sects and the last remaining descendant of the royal family, the former emperor, made an alliance in the plum garden of Zhaoga City. They worked together to quell the rebellion of the refugees and defeat the army of the monsters of the Snowy Kingdom, finally protecting the human race. This was the ruling of the world at the plum meeting. By then, Taiping Jinren had the highest status and endless glory in the cultivation circle and even in the whole of Chaotian. Yet, he was not satisfied because his ideology was still higher than that of the human race. He chose a talented descendant of the royal family of the former dynasty to carry out his plan. He was the second hidden swordsman. The world was in chaos, and the deviant sects became stronger. Bulo Lin ran amok in the world. The underworld invaded, and the No Mercy sect was almost wiped out. It was only because of the efforts of the Jing imperial court and various orthodox cultivation sects that the No Mercy sect was suppressed. 400 years ago, the Aoyama sect destroyed the headquarters of the mysterious Y sect and made the great grandmaster of the mysterious Y sect the third hidden swordsman. It was then that the immortal Jing Y discovered that many things had been plotted by his big brother. The two of them had a serious argument. In the end, the immortal Jing Y lived on the Shinma Peak and didn't care about the affairs of the world, but he kept an eye on Taiping Jinren. One day, Taiping Jinren suddenly disappeared. 300 years ago, the emperor faked his death and passed the throne to his son. He lived in the Guocheng Temple, cultivating in meditation. Taiping Jinren reappeared. It turned out that he had entered the underworld again and became the guide of the underworld master. After he returned to the human world, he became the chief monk of the Guocheng Temple. Back when my father the emperor was cultivating in the Tranquil Garden, I came here a few times. But I didn't expect the chief monk to be Taiping Jinren. Looking at the small stone pagoda in the pagoda forest, the emperor was lost in thought as he recalled the events 300 years ago. Zhao Liu wondered what was hidden in those events and what ideology Taiping Jinren had that led him to be isolated by his friends and family in Aoyama. She couldn't help but fall silent when she recalled what Jing Jiao had said to her in the Zhao Garden outside Jiaoga City. Lu Shui thought of the young man who came to the vegetable garden and gave the scripts at night, but he still couldn't believe that the young man was the great grandmaster Taiping. The great grandmaster is the sect master of Aoyama. How could he be the chief monk of the Guocheng Temple? He asked confusedly. Monk Duhai said, "The immortal has a profound understanding of the Buddhist methods, and he cares about all living beings. He is truly merciful. Why can't he be the chief monk of our temple?" The emperor ignored him and continued, Taiping Jinren didn't cultivate the Buddhism for the sake of tranquility, and it had nothing to do with mercifulness. What he wanted was to enter the wheel of life and comprehend the principle of reincarnation. Zhao Liu thought that the late emperor was cultivating in the Guocheng Temple at the time. Was there any connection between the two events? He and my father the emperor were close friends, and they could be called brothers. But he intended to seize my body and return to Jiaoga City as my father. Looking at the small stone pagoda, the emperor continued calmly. Fortunately, he failed. He was imprisoned in the sword jail of Aoyama by the immortal master Jing Y. 300 years ago, when Taiping Jinren stayed behind closed doors, Aoyama issued a prohibition order within 400 miles, and the imperial army was dispatched, shocking the world. It turned out that this was the truth. Chapter 437. Monk Duhai said in a low voice, the late emperor had no interest in the mortal world, and he only had a dozen years of life left. What was the use of keeping his body? If he borrowed it, it would be another hundreds of years. Maybe he would have succeeded by now, and all living beings would have been saved. What was wrong with him? It was meaningless to argue about the difference of ideas, just like how Jing Jiao rarely talked about these things. The emperor would not argue with Monk Duhai. He looked at him and asked, "Were you the little acolyte who served him closely?" A mocking smile appeared on Monk Duhai's face as he said, "Back then, those senior brothers of a mortal servant were all killed by you. The purge in the temple has lasted for 30 years. If I had once a mortal servant, do you think I would still be alive now?" The bell in the temple was clear and melodious, as if it was outside the mortal world. But when it came to such a thing, it would become a battlefield. The emperor did not mention why Taiping Jinren failed, nor did he mention what happened afterward. But Monk Duhai's few words were enough to make people think of how many people died in the Guocheng Temple and how bloody the scene was. Zhao Liu looked indifferent, as if it was a matter of course. Lu Shui felt a bit emotional and asked, "Then why did you continue to follow the Grandmaster Taiping?" "I was just an inconspicuous little monk in the temple at that time. I was never bullied, but no one paid attention to me, and I had no sense of existence." Monk Duhai looked out of the meditation room and said with nostalgia, "One day, I was sweeping leaves in the pagoda forest and met the chief monk. He asked my name, what scripture I practiced, and what I understood and what I didn't understand. He accompanied me to sweep leaves for the whole afternoon." Lu Shui thought of the night of preaching in the vegetable garden again. If he was an ordinary person, he might ask Monk Du Hai, "Just because of such an encounter, you swore to follow Taiping and join Bulo Lin, and you didn't forget it even after you became a Badana monk." He didn't ask, and neither did Zhao Leu, because they both knew the reason. Whether it was Taoism, swordsmanship, or Zen, what they practiced was the heart. However, some cultivated sincerity, some cultivated tranquility, and some cultivated being moved. In Zen stories, mortals were most familiar with the movement of the flag and the wind, but there were still some people who mistakenly thought that the last sentence referred to the love between a man and a woman. Of course not. It wasn't that the love between men and women was too small, but that it was too singular. It couldn't support the sky, and it couldn't support the great Tao. The divine emperor asked, "You've kept your mouth shut for the past 3 days. Why are you willing to speak now?" Monk Du Hai looked at Zhao Leu and Lu Shui and said, "You are from the Shima Peak, descendants of Jing Wei. I want to tell you how you lost this time." And next, Zhao Leu said expressionlessly, "Will time prove that he is right?" Monk Du Hai said with a smile, "No, the immortal will prove it himself." After saying this, he closed his eyes and breathed no more. In order to kill Jingjiu, he used the self-sacrificing method of the palm of the world, which was the palm of the Prajnal world. As a result, he lost all his Zen breath and would die within 10 days, not to mention that all his meridians were broken by the divine emperor. It was not easy for him to hold on until Zhao Leu and Lu Shui came back. Now he passed away with his eyes closed, with a calm smile on his lips. The monks of the Guocheng temple came over and carried Monk Du Hai's body away. The meditation room became quiet again. Zhao Leu walked to the side of the bed and looked at Jingjiu's pale face, saying, "If Monk Du Hai didn't lie, then the key lies in the fairy book." The divine emperor said, "The injury on his body has been suppressed, but I can't get rid of the fairy book either. We can only wait and see when he wakes up." The swordsmen in the heavenly arrival state were extraordinary. They were not afraid of the chaotic wind, and they had a strong recovery ability. Together with the perception of the heavenly heart, they were hard to kill. For example, the great Grandmaster Xian, he had taken the divine emperor's palm head-on and was pierced through by the sword of the immortal Lu Xi. If the sword hadn't carried the murderous intent of the sword formation of Aoyama, he wouldn't have been nearly killed. Of course, Jingjiu's current state was much lower, but his body was special. It could be compared to the swordsman in the heavenly arrival state, so it was hard to kill him. Why? His plan was very detailed and ingenious. He used the fairy book in Jingjiu's left hand as the real fatal blow. The fairy awareness left by the fairy lady by Run in the fairy book had been mostly erased by Jingjiu with the scriptures, but there was still a trace of it left. If Jingjiu couldn't suppress the fairy awareness, he wouldn't be able to wake up, and he would be killed by the countercharge. The problem was that he was in a deep sleep because his spiritual soul was affected by the fairy awareness after he was severely injured. How could he sense the danger and wake up? Zhuo woke up first. He opened his arms reflexively, but he hugged nothing. It was not until then that he found the small stone pagoda was no longer by his side. He walked out of the meditation room and asked the monks of the Guocheng temple. Then he found the white mountain meditation room by the pagoda forest. Seeing Jingjiu in a deep sleep, he was a bit surprised. After learning what had happened, he said with a smile, "There's nothing to worry about. Just wait and see what I'll do." After the Dao competition, Lu Xi had entangled Jingjiu's left hand with countless wills of sword to prevent the energy in the fairy book from leaking out. Zhuo was the last disciple of Lu Xi, so he had a profound cultivation of the inherited heaven sword, so he was confident that he could do the same. He walked to the side of the bed and called out his flying sword, which flew around Jingjiu's left hand at a high speed, leaving behind countless light threads. The light threads bound Jing Jio's left hand tighter and tighter. At last, they were connected from head to tail, and a knot was formed. The moment the knot was formed, countless light threads shot out from Jing Jio's left hand, and the fairy aura was rising. With a muffled groan, Zhuruzhui was sent flying into the pagoda forest outside the meditation room. He rolled over 20 times on the ground and didn't stop until he hugged the small stone pagoda that he was familiar with. The emperor retracted the fire wings that isolated the fairy aura and shook his head. Zhao Lei walked to the side of the bed and reached out her hands as fast as lightning, holding Jing Jio's left hand tightly. A dozen shapeless wheels of sword came out from her earlobes, the ends of her hair, and the corners of her clothes, cutting the air and filling the meditation room with a fierce aura. She wanted to use her acquired shapeless sword to wrap around the fairy aura coming out from the fairy book. The light threads passed through Jing Jio's fingers and came out from between her fingers, illuminating her face and her clear eyes. Her face grew paler and paler. At last, she couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. She had no choice but to let go of Jing Jio's hand. "I won't try," said Lu Shui. He had learned the sword style of Aoyama and the sword style of West Ocean, but the most powerful one was still the demonic method of the Bloody Demon Church. Using the demonic method to deal with the fairy aura was no different from seeking death. Zhuruzhui said, "We have to ask my master to come here as soon as possible." Zhao Lei said, "I have already sent the message. The immortal sect master will arrive tomorrow." Zhuruzhui wondered why his master took so long to arrive after 3 days. Even though his master was famous for his slow riding sword, it shouldn't take him 3 days to arrive. Then he realized that his master must have consumed a great deal of his sword source to severely injure the great Grandmaster Xianwei, and needed to rest and recuperate before he could set off. What he could think of, Zhao Lei could think of as well. But what she didn't understand was that if the immortal sect master couldn't arrive, what about the sword justice? Half a day had passed. Jing Jio hadn't woken up yet. The fairy book in his left hand grew brighter and brighter, and the fairy aura coming out from it grew denser. Zhuruzhui thought that he had no choice but to use up the fairy aura. He began to meditate with his eyes closed, cultivating with the help of the fairy aura in the room. Zhao Lei and Lu Shui weren't in the mood to cultivate. They sat on the futons in front of the bed, looking at Jing Jio, who was sleeping soundly, lost in thought. The white cat squatted by Jing Jio's feet, behaving obediently, not making a sound the entire time. Zhao Lei and Lu Shui knew he was there, but they didn't take a look at him, nor did they pay any attention to him. It was snowing in Zhaoga City when my mother was pregnant with me. I was born on the 12th lunar month, so my name is Zhao Lei. Looking at Jing Jio, who was sleeping soundly, Zhao Lei continued. In the snowflakes, he saw me in my mother's belly, so I was the first disciple he chose. Having heard the stories told by the emperor and monk Du Hai, Lu Shui had vaguely guessed the true origin of his young master. Hearing what Zhao Lei said, and thinking that she had always claimed that she was the personal disciple appointed by Senior Grandmaster Jingwei, he was more certain of his guess. He came back to his senses after a long moment of silence, and then he realized that what Zhao Lei said was that she was trying to sort things out. There was no point in competing. When he was at the external gate of the South Pine Pavilion, he saw her riding the sword in the sky and heard the rumors about her, and he had called her big sister many times. Later, when she became the master of the Shinma Peak, he had to call her senior master. Though he was thinking of all this, he said something else. "My name is Lu Shui. It's because I was 10 years old when my young master met me." Zhao Lei asked, "If you were 3 years old when he met you, would you be called Lu Sansui?" Lu Shui thought that if his young master saw her in her mother's belly in Zhaoga City in the summer, would she be called Zhao Dashu? Though he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. Thinking of the journey from the vegetable garden to Ozawa, he asked with a lingering fear, "How did you feel when you faced the Grandmaster alone in the beginning?" Zhao Lei said after some thought, "I was very scared. There were few things and people in the world that could make her feel scared. Yet, Taiping Jinren was the Grandmaster of Aoyama, a character in the book whose portrait was still hanging in that small building. She was a disciple of Aoyama. At the time, she rode her sword to chase after him, and she didn't give up until she died. Now that she had calmed down and thought of these things, how could she not feel scared? Looking at Jingjiu, who was sleeping soundly, she knew that he wanted to make her feel scared so that she would face her true inner self. She had figured out two things after she left the Guocheng Temple 3 days ago. Jingjiu left her outside the Zen Hall because he wanted her to chase after Taiping Jinren and prevent him from leaving. She could have broken through the middle state of free travel a few years ago, but Jingjiu didn't allow her to do so. It was because he wanted her to find her own path. Everybody was different, and everybody's path was different. She was good at calculating, but she couldn't follow the old path of Taiping and Jingwei. It would be easy for her to reach the end of the path. Jingjiu didn't allow her to break through the state, which was why he gave her a question. There was no real answer to this question. When she chose to break through the state on her own, ignoring Jingjiu's opinion, the question would be solved by itself. It meant that neither Jingjiu nor the immortal Jingwei, nobody could influence her choice anymore. She was born in the snow in Zhaoga City, and she cultivated silently on the Sword Peak, both of which had the characteristics of Jingwei. At the moment, she didn't care about the intention of the immortal Jingwei. She cut off the long hair he liked and broke through the state by force, becoming herself completely. Zhao Liu should have a messy short hair, and she should advance bravely, regardless of the consequences. This was the answer Jingjiu wanted her to find. Zhao Liu looked at Lu Shisui, wondering what kind of path he would choose in the future. Lu Shisui didn't know what was on her mind, and he had never thought about what kind of path he should choose. Looking at her gaze, he asked worriedly, "What if my young master doesn't wake up, or the fairy book breaks out?" Zhao Liu said after some thought, "I'll pretend that nothing has happened over the years." After a moment of silence, Lu Shisui said, "I might not be able to do it." Zhao Liu suddenly asked, "Why did he stay in your house when he went to your village?" Lu Shisui said, "I asked my young master about it later. He said that he saw me the first time he saw me. He could tell that I had a special bone structure and an extraordinary talent." "Interesting," Zhao Liu commented. "What's interesting about it?" Lu Shisui asked. "I can't explain it clearly," Zhao Liu replied. It was quiet in the White Mound meditation room. The emperor stood in front of the Buddha statue in silence. It was unclear what he was thinking. Zhuo Ruzhui greedily absorbed the fairy energy seeping out from the gaps between Jingjiu's fingers. Even though he was meditating with his eyes closed, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. He seemed to be very happy. Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui chatted casually. It wasn't a smooth conversation. If it were someone else, they might feel embarrassed, but they were quite comfortable with it. This was the first time they had chatted so casually, which was interesting enough. Standing outside the door of the Guocheng Temple, Xiaohe looked at the receptionist monk. She wanted to approach him and ask him, but she was hesitant. They had lived in the vegetable garden for many years and were familiar with the monks in the temple. It was easy for them to enter the temple on normal days, but something significant had happened in the Guocheng Temple that day. Even the wives of the officials who came to offer incense were barred from entering the temple, including Xiaohe. A young man walked past her toward the temple gate. Xiaohe recognized who he was and was somewhat surprised. The young man wore a conical hat on his back, which was a bit bigger than the ordinary ones, and his eyebrows were a bit lighter than the ordinary ones. Chapter 438. That young man was Tong Yin of Zhongzhou State. Xiaohe had been in Bulolin for many years, so she knew what this talented disciple of Zhongzhou School looked like. She was very surprised, wondering why he suddenly came to Guocheng Temple. Then she noticed that Tong Yan's shoes were worn out, and there was a lot of black mud on his fingers. He didn't look like an immortal master of Zhongzhou State at all. Without much time to think, Xiao He caught up with him and said a few words to him. Tong Yin halted his steps and shot her a glance. When he saw Xiao He on a mountain path, he thought she was a little vixen who came to Guocheng Temple to pray for incense and Buddha. He didn't expect that she was Xiao He from Ming City, who was rumored to have tricked Lu Shui away. As a disciple of Zhongzhou State, you can enter Guocheng Temple, but it doesn't mean you can see the person you want to see. Xiao He looked at him and said, I can't enter Guocheng Temple, but I can take you to see the person you want to see once you enter the temple. Tong Yin nodded as he thought of the relationship between Lu Shui and Jingjiu. Footsteps came from the pagoda forest. Lu Shui went to the backyard to fetch water. Rizhui closed his eyes and didn't want to wake up, so Zhao Leiyu had to walk to the doorsill. Seeing Xiao He come here with Tong Yin, she was a bit surprised but more vigilant. The unicorn, the divine animal guarding the mountain of Zhongzhou School, had just made a big scene in Guocheng Temple, and then was sneakily attacked and wounded. Why did Tong Yin come here at this time? Lu Shui came over with hot water and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Xiao He was surprised to see that he was fine. She took the basin from his hand and asked, What are you going to do? Lu Shui said, To wash my young master's feet. Xiao He didn't like it, but her expression didn't change. She said softly, Let me do this kind of thing. She carried the basin into the meditation room and saw the back of the figure in front of the Buddha statue. Feeling the faint majesty of the emperor's aura, she became extremely afraid. Her body went limp, and she almost dropped the basin in her hand. Lu Shui hurriedly took the basin and said to the emperor god, He's one of us. The divine emperor did not turn around, nor did he say anything. If Xiao He wasn't a vixen and the emperor didn't have a good impression of her, her demon pill would have been shattered. Xiao He knew something serious had happened, so she didn't dare to stay in the meditation room any longer. After whispering a few words to Lu Shui, she left and stood in the pagoda forest obediently. Waiting here was better than waiting outside the temple. Being close to Lu Shui and being able to see him was enough. On the other side, after listening to Tong Yan's explanation, Zhao Leiyu slightly raised her eyebrows and said expressionlessly, Jingjiu doesn't want to see guests. Her eyebrows were very thick, as if they were drawn by an ink brush. When they were raised, they were like swords. Her words were also sharp. It was not that it was inconvenient for him to see guests, but that he didn't want to see guests. Tong Yin didn't like her eyebrows or her tone, but since she was asking for help, she couldn't lose her temper. He said, I left Yunming 5 days ago and traveled south to Aoyama day and night. I didn't know that he might be in the Guocheng Temple until I was halfway there. Even if he doesn't want to help me, I should at least see him. Looking at the conical hat on his back, Zhao Leiyu became more vigilant. She had worn the conical hat many times when she and Jingjiu traveled around the world, including Nanhezu, Yujun, Shuanghe Mountain, and Haizhou. She had seen all kinds of conical hats, but she had never seen such a big one. 5 days ago, the unicorn had arrived at the Guocheng Temple. Tong Yan's departure from Yunming should have nothing to do with this. But why did he hurry to Aoyama to find Jingjiu? At this moment, the emperor's voice came from the meditation room. Let him in. Tong Yin walked into the White Mountain meditation room and came to the bed. Lu Shui was wiping Jingjiu's feet with warm water. The white cat had no place to sit, so he curled his body into a ball, feeling wronged. Lu Shui didn't even look at him. Seeing Jingjiu's pale face and deformed right arm, Tong Yan's face turned exceedingly pale. His body swayed slightly, and he had almost passed out. He had dug the hole for 6 years to evade the great formation of Cloud Dream and the perception of the unicorn. He had been mentally strained for 6 years. He had taken the green sky mirror with him and fled from the Cloud Dream Mountain in the middle of the night. He had endured an unimaginable mental pressure. He had finally met Jingjiu, but Jingjiu looked like this. No one would be able to hold on if they were in the same situation as him. Zhao Lei didn't know what had happened to Tong Yin, saying, You have seen it now. No matter what you want him to help you with, he can't help you anymore. After a moment of silence, Tong Yin suddenly took off the conical hat on his back. Zhao Lei was alarmed, but she knew that the emperor was not in danger since he stood in front of the Buddha's statue without turning around. Tong Yin tore the conical hat to pieces, exposing the object hidden inside. It was a bronze mirror with many patterns and cracks on the surface of the mirror. It looked very old. The strange thing was that there was still a great deal of ice and snow in the patterns of the bronze mirror, which hadn't melted for some reason. Zhao Lei hadn't seen this bronze mirror before, but she could sense the profundity exuded from it, making her even more alarmed. Seeing the bronze mirror, Lu Shui asked with a slightly surprised expression, "Is this the model of the green sky mirror?" The green sky mirror he had seen in the Manor Cave in the deep end of the Huin Valley on the Cloud Dream Mountain was a bronze mirror formation of 100 square feet. "This is the green sky mirror," said Tong Yin. Lu Shui was truly startled this time. "I didn't expect you to bring the green sky mirror with you," he exclaimed while staring at Tong Yin. There were few magic treasures of the heavenly state like the green sky mirror in all of Chaotian. Even though Tong Yin was a talented disciple of the Zhongzhou school, his cultivation state was merely in the Yuanying state. Traveling the world with the green sky mirror was no different from courting death. It was impossible for the Zhongzhou school to allow him to do so. The emperor turned to look at the green sky mirror and sighed. The living are always sorrowful. It's all the same. Though Tong Yin didn't know his identity, she could vaguely guess what had happened when she saw his face and sensed his temperament. She felt startled, wondering what had happened in the Guocheng temple and why Jingjiu hadn't woken up yet. The emperor waved his hand, and a flame with primeval energy landed on the green sky mirror. The flame had gradually died out, and the remaining ice and snow on the surface of the green sky mirror had melted into water, drying up gradually. Buzz! The sound rang out in the meditation room. Ching flapped her wings and flew out from the green sky mirror. The body of the little girl was almost transparent, as if it would vanish in the next moment. Zhao Lei wondered what it was. The emperor said, "I didn't expect to see a true spirit of the heavenly state in my life." Ching glanced at him, feeling instinctively fearful, especially since she was very weak and could vanish at any moment. In the next moment, she noticed the white cat hiding at the foot of the bed, feeling uneasy as well. Then, she found Jingjiu was sleeping soundly. She screamed in surprise and flew to Jingjiu's face. She circled around restlessly, looking like a lost honey bee that couldn't find its way home. "You haven't taught me how to become a real human being. I can't die like this. Wake up, wake up." She kept on yelling, her voice sounding like she was crying and fearful. Jingjiu's ears twitched a little, which could be seen clearly by the others, but he didn't wake up yet. Ching suddenly sensed something. She lifted her small face and sniffed. Then, she followed the scent and flew to Jingjiu's left hand. She threw herself onto it and held his hand tightly, not letting go of it. "What's the matter?" asked Tong Yin. Ching turned to Jingjiu and said cheerfully, "He has the fairy energy in his hand." The green sky mirror had been suppressed in the earth source for 6 years, which meant that the world inside had been frozen for almost 2,000 years. Her spiritual body had suffered a great deal of damage. If she couldn't find a solution soon, she would die. However, who in Chaotian could repair or cure a magic treasure of the heavenly state like the green sky mirror? The only person Ching could think of was Jingjiu. Jingjiu had told her that he had seen the true spirit of the heavenly state, and it was even more complete than hers, and he had told her many things about it. As such, Tong Yin headed for Aoyama overnight after leading her away from the Cloud Dream Mountain. She received a letter on the way and learned that Jingjiu was in the Guocheng temple, so she came to this place. Yet, Chinger didn't expect that Jingjiu's condition was even worse than hers. Fortunately, her spiritual body could be kept alive with the fairy energy in Jingjiu's hand as a supplement. At least she didn't have to worry that it would disappear immediately. Ching held Jingjiu's left hand, feeling very happy. She didn't want to let go of his left hand, sucking it constantly. The fairy energy leaking out from Jing Jiu's left hand had all entered her spiritual body. The fairy energy in the meditation room grew fainter and fainter. It didn't take long before Zhuo Ruzhui woke up from his meditation. "What is going on?" he yelled in a panic. "What's going on?" Then he saw Tong Yin and Qing holding on to Jing Jiu's left hand tightly. "What's going on?" he yelled in surprise. The group had a brief conversation in the pagoda forest outside the meditation room. Tong Yin still didn't want to tell him what had happened. Zhao Liu didn't want to tell him what had happened in the Guocheng temple either. However, the situation looked pretty good. The fairy energy leaking out had been absorbed by Qing into her spiritual body, and Jing Jiu's condition was much better. All they needed to do now was to figure out how to deal with that strand of fairy awareness. Tong Yin seemed to have guessed something, saying, "The green sky mirror can only hold a limited amount of fairy energy. It won't take long for the process to stop. The green sky mirror is a magic treasure of the heavenly state. Why can it only hold such a small amount of fairy energy?" asked Zhuo Ruzhui in bafflement. Tong Yin said, "The green sky mirror has been sealed in ice for a long time. The being inside the mirror that can absorb the fairy energy hasn't woken up yet." This sentence had already vaguely revealed some things. It was then that a loud belch broke out in the meditation room. The group walked back to the room and found Qing sitting by Jing Jiu, rubbing her slightly swollen belly with her small hand. Her spiritual body was no longer transparent, and it was evident that it had stabilized. Zhao Liu shot a glance at Tong Yin, wondering what she meant by "it won't take long." "I know what you people are worried about, but there's no need to be afraid." Qing patted her belly, making an adorable paw sound. Having said that, she flew up and jumped into Jing Jiu's body. It was like a blue bird flying into a well and heading to another world. A sword light was traveling in the distant empty realm. The immortal Lu Xi was the sect master of Aoyama and had a profound cultivation state, but the speed of the flying sword was always a problem. He couldn't do anything about it. He didn't even have a sword. How could he fly? After receiving the letter from the Guocheng temple, he left Tianguang Peak and headed for the East Ocean, regardless of the loss of Jin Yuan. As he was about to arrive, his Dao heart was suddenly triggered. He calculated with his fingers and found out the current situation of Jing Jiu. Is it possible? Lu Xi turned around with a faint smile. It would take a long time to get to Aoyama. If he flew further, it would take him even longer to get back. In the deep end of the Cloud Dream Mountain, the fog was so thick that even the swordsman had a hard time seeing anything. The mountain-like black shadow of a unicorn was moving slowly in the fog, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy to heal the wounds in his body. He was wounded after being sneak attacked by the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect in the Guocheng temple. What puzzled him the most was that the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect should have been able to wound him severely when he transformed into a human, and his cultivation state was less than 100% of his usual state. However, he found that his wounds were not as severe as he had imagined after he returned to the Zhongzhou school, and he would be able to fully recover after a period of rest. The fog suddenly started circulating violently. The unicorn exuded a terrifying lethal intent toward heaven and earth. It was because he sensed that the fairy awareness left by Run was on the verge of being destroyed. In the next moment, he sensed something else, which shocked him greatly. He came to the deep part of the earth source, ignoring the fact that his wounds had not been healed yet. The great formation of Cloud Dream exuded a formidable energy that even made him feel uncomfortable. He looked ahead with narrowed eyes, and the expression in his eyes changed abruptly. The tendons and vessels hidden under the skin on his face suddenly bulged, as if they were about to break through the wall, revealing a blood-red color. The underground river and the lava flowed parallel to each other, as if they would never meet. And the green sky mirror on the cold sky pivot had disappeared. The unicorn found the tunnel after he activated his spiritual awareness. He flew out along the tunnel and found that he was in a manor cave on the edge of the Cloud Dream Mountain. There was nothing in the manor cave, save for a faint energy. The unicorn let out an angry shriek. A violent wind rose in the manor cave. The stone walls attached to the formation were visibly eroded, turning into a thin layer of brittle skin, falling off with a rustling sound. The shriek of the unicorn could be heard all over the Cloud Dream Mountain. All the fog seemed to have become heavy. All the disciples of the Zhongzhou school, including those elders living in seclusion, walked out of the manor cave and looked in the direction of the valley where the immortal sect master was, wondering what had happened in surprise. The thicker the fog, the more dewdrops there were. The dewdrops wetted the leaves, as if a rare rain was coming. Bai Zhao pulled back her finger and rubbed the dewdrops on her finger gently until they turned into smoke and disappeared. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked in the direction of the distant East Ocean, remaining silent. She had guessed something 2 years ago, and the angry shriek of the unicorn was the proof, but she didn't need it. The letter that Tong Yin received on the way was written by her. The New Year festival was not over yet. The sound of firecrackers could be heard once in a while in the village outside the Guoqing temple. The unicorn came to the world, the great grandmaster showed up, the emperor struck with his palm, and Aoyama wielded his sword. Many significant events had taken place on the last day of the previous year, but none of them had any effect on the human world. They were 2 different worlds to begin with. It was difficult to communicate with each other, and it was unnecessary to communicate with each other. In the early morning, a bluebird flew out from Jingjiu's body. Qing didn't tell anybody what she had seen in Jingjiu's body, not even until a long time in the future. The true spirit of the heavenly treasure is born to contain the world. This was what Jingjiu told her in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. Looking at Jingjiu, who was still sleeping soundly, Zhao Lei thought that if the green sky mirror was her world, then where was his world? In the ancient myths and legends, the bluebird was the messenger for the fairy men to deliver messages. Though she didn't bring any message to the Guoqing temple that day, another message was delivered to the Guoqing temple. Having finished reading the amulet book in his hand, the emperor handed it to Zhao Lei and then stood in front of the Buddha statue, remaining silent. Having finished reading the amulet book, Zhao Lei handed it to Lu Shui after some thought. Zhuo Rizhui felt helpless, as he thought that he had entered the Guoqing temple earlier than Jingjiu, and that she was too vengeful. After Lu Shui had finished reading it, it was Zhuo Rizhui's turn to read it, and then it fell into the hands of Tong Yin. Tong Yin was the person involved. All the cultivation sects and the imperial court in Chaotian had received this amulet book. The Zhongzhou school claimed that Tong Yin had betrayed their sect and asked all the orthodox cultivation practitioners in the world to kill her. Any sect or individual who would take her and would be regarded as an enemy of the Cloud Dream Mountain. Tong Yin's expression didn't change. Her eyebrows were still as light as before because she didn't even furrow them. It's time for me to go. He wrapped the green sky mirror in a cloth and tied it to his back, heading for the outside of the temple. End of this chapter. Chapter 439. Based on the relationship between Aoyama and the Center sect, Tong Yin would be stopped by Zhao Lei and other disciples of Aoyama soon after she had gone far. Then a spectacular story would ensue. Yet, no sound could be heard in front of the meditation room until Tong Yan's figure disappeared on the other side of the pagoda forest and the blue bird followed her. Zhao Lei's idea was simple. Tong Yin would tell her if she needed help. Zhuo Rizhui's idea was also simple. What had happened in Zhongzhou school had nothing to do with Aoyama. Lu Shui's idea was the simplest. He didn't believe it at all. He said to Zhao Lei, "I think this is a scheme." Tong Yin was the personal disciple of Bai Junren, so he had a bright future ahead of him, especially after the death of Lo Huainan. He was the best candidate to be the next sect master. Of course, if Bai Junren wanted to be the sect master, Jingjiu would be the best candidate to be the husband of the sect master. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't make sense for Jingjiu to steal the green sky mirror and betray the sect. Lu Shui felt something was amiss because he had a similar experience. He had been expelled from Aoyama many years ago, and it was a scheme. It's not important because it has nothing to do with us. Zhao Liu said, "What matters now is when he will wake up." In the meditation room, the emperor was still standing in front of the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. It seemed like he was about to become a Buddha statue himself. Lu Shisui looked at Jing Jiao and said, "I think you will wake up soon." A meowing burst out in a corner of the bed. This was the first time the white cat had made a sound in the last 10 days. He agreed with Lu Shisui's judgment. Lu Shisui didn't even spare a glance at him. Zhao Liu ignored it. She sat on the cattail hassock and continued to wait. Zhuo Ruzhui walked to the front of the bed and looked at Jing Jiao's face. He thought to himself that Jing Jiao was still so good-looking even when he was asleep. Then he gave his authoritative judgment. He's about to wake up. The divine emperor opened his eyes and looked at the statue's right hand. There should have been a Vajra pestle there, but now it was empty. Everyone could feel that Jing Jiao was showing signs of waking up. Zhao Liu said to Zhuo Ruzhui, "Bring Lord White Ghost back to Aoyama." Zhuo Ruzhui was stunned. What was he trying to do? In Zhao Liu's eyes, Jing Jiao brought the Master White Ghost out of the mountains to prevent a highly achieved swordsman like the great Grandmaster Taiping from killing her. Since he was unwilling to strike, it was meaningless for him to stay by Jing Jiao's side. Moreover, she didn't want Jing Jiao to remember what happened that day when he woke up and see White Ghost, which would make him unhappy. Another meow came from the corner of the bed. It sounded a little wrong. Zhuo Ruzhui walked to the front of the bed and picked it up. The white cat clutched Jing Jiao's shoulder and turned his head to look at Zhao Liu, meowing again. Zhao Liu sat on the cattail hassock and looked at Jing Jiao's face, ignoring it. Zhuo Ruzhui suddenly gasped. He looked down at the sharp claws that pierced into his shoulder. What did it have to do with him? On the 9th day, after Zhuo Ruzhui left with the white cat, Jing Jiao woke up. Everything was so simple. It was as if he had really slept and there was no danger. Seeing the expressions on Zhao Liu and Lu Shisui, Jing Jiao knew that they were worried about him. "It's impossible for me to not wake up," he said. Lu Shisui thought it was reasonable. But Zhao Liu said, "Not necessarily." The emperor looked at Jing Jiao in silence, saying nothing. The Buddha statue was also looking at Jing Jiao, with a hint of pity in its serene eyes. "I had a dream," said Jing Jiao. This was a surprising statement. The cultivation practitioners shouldn't dream because their Tao hearts and spiritual souls were stable. Even if they weren't in the state of emptiness, they should be unconscious. Jing Jiao had a dream. Was it because his spiritual soul was too affected by the fairy awareness? In that dream, I saw the burning nebula and the flying swords that looked like a meteor shower. Having said that, Jing Jiao didn't tell them anything else about the dream. In that long and brief dream, in addition to these memorable scenes, there were some people. They were not the people in the real world, but the people in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. In his dream, he saw the unworthy son of the grand scholar Zhang waving his hands excitedly in the field in the south, yelling something, as if he was a 70-year-old man who had given birth to a son. He also saw a large ship on the ocean. The deck of the ship was covered with a thick layer of ice and frost, and a man and a woman were hugging each other to keep warm. Jing Jiao recognized that the man was the eunuch who had served him for many years. Though he didn't know the woman, he knew that she was the famous courtesan in the brothel who wrote that there was no man in the book. He also saw many people in the dream. In the end, he saw the populace of the Chu kingdom gathering outside the royal palace, bowing to the royal palace and expressing their longing for him and begging him to come back. Then he woke up. Jing Jiao looked at his left hand. The fairy book was very peaceful in it. The fairy awareness had completely disappeared, leaving only the purest fairy energy. "Congratulations, young master," said Lu Shisui cheerfully. The emperor smiled faintly, turned around, and walked out of the meditation room. He had stayed in the Guochang temple for more than 10 days due to the busy affairs of the state, so he should have left a long time ago. Duke Lu finally showed up again. He came before the bed and kowtowed to Jing Jiao, then said in a low voice, "If you have time, you should go to Zhaoga City to have a look. The emperor is under a lot of pressure." Jingjiu looked at the outside of the meditation room. The emperor stood in front of the small stone pagoda, thinking about something. Jingjiu asked the emperor to bring a letter to Shui Nunnery, and then he started thinking about the matter of Zen Master. When he came to the Guocheng Temple a few years ago and learned that Zen Master had gone to White Town, Jingjiu didn't care much about it. But now that so many significant events had happened in the Guocheng Temple, especially the news of Taiping, Zen Master still hadn't come back, it meant that something significant had happened in the Snowland. Jingjiu asked Zhao Leiyu to ask the elder of the instruction hall to find out what had happened in the Snowland. The Broadsword King's judgment was correct. After the offspring of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom grew up, the two sides would fight each other, like the leaders of the herds of animals. The elder of the instruction hall had deep wrinkles on his face, saying worriedly, "Something happened in the Snowland 7 years ago. The Broadsword King sent a letter, and Zen Master went there." Jingjiu retorted, "What does it have to do with us if the mother and her son hurt each other?" The elder of the instruction hall said, "It doesn't matter who wins or loses, as long as the loser dies on the spot. But what if the loser doesn't die, but is expelled from the Snowland? When will the queen's child come of age?" asked Jingjiu. The elder of the instruction hall said, "This has never happened before. Nobody knows how long it will take. It could be hundreds of years, or it could be right now." Jingjiu thought that this was why Zen Master didn't dare leave White Town, even though the Guocheng Temple had encountered such a significant event. The Snowy Kingdom was located in the northernmost part of Chaotian. If one was expelled from the Snowy Kingdom, it meant that one would come to the human world. The arrival of either the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom or her child in the human world would mean a catastrophe for the human race. Since they couldn't predict when a loser would come to the human world, Chao Yuan and Zen Master had no choice but to stay in White Town and keep an eye on it. After the elder of the instruction hall left, Jingjiu set up a go board. Lu Shui and Xiao, he went back to the vegetable garden to boil the medicine for Jingjiu. Jingjiu and Zhao Leiyu were the only two people in the meditation room. Looking at the go board, Zhao Leiyu wondered what they were doing. The black and white go pieces on the go board were not the general trend of the world, and they had nothing to do with the Snowland. The Queen of the Snowy Kingdom and her child might come to the human world. Jingjiu felt a great deal of pressure, but his current cultivation state was too low for him to worry about it. Jingjiu was replaying the game between him and his big brother in this game. This was the first time he and his big brother fought face-to-face since his rebirth. His big brother used 2 hidden swordsmen and an old acquaintance he had left in the Guocheng Temple. Jingjiu also used the old acquaintance, like the Emperor and the sword formation of Aoyama. Both of them had made mistakes. Jingjiu didn't anticipate that the old acquaintance he had left in the Guocheng Temple was Monk Du Hai. Insan didn't anticipate that Jingjiu would use Zhao Leiyu as his last resort. Looking at the scattered go pieces on the go board, Jingjiu remained silent for a long time. He got up and walked to the outside of the meditation room. Looking at the small stone pagoda, he remained silent for a long time. Jingjiu was still very weak. Standing in the cold winter wind with his cloth fluttering, he looked worrisome. Zhao Leiyu came to his side and held his left arm. Jingjiu's right arm was severely deformed. It was unclear when it would recover. "I thought you really wouldn't wake up." Zhao Leiyu's voice was very calm, but her mood wasn't. Jingjiu took a look at her and noticed that her hair had been cut short and messy. Zhao Leiyu said, "I think short hair is more suitable for me." Jingjiu knew that she understood his intention, so he touched her head with his injured right hand to show that he was very pleased. Zhao Leiyu continued, "But it's a pity." Jingjiu said, "Short hair needs to be taken care of. When my hand recovers, I'll comb it for you." "That's good," Zhao Leiyu said. Lu Shui and Xiao, he returned to the meditation room with the medicine pot in their hands. Jingjiu knew that those expensive medicines wouldn't do any good for his injury, but he didn't want to reject their good intentions, especially since it would be more troublesome to explain. So he took the pot and drank it up in one gulp. Xiaohui was so surprised that she almost cried out. It wasn't because the medicine was too hot, but according to the prescription of the eminent monk in the Guoqing temple, it was the medicine for 3 days. How could Jing Jiao drink it up in one gulp? Lu Shui knew his young master's temperament very well. He knew his young master didn't think it was troublesome and didn't care about it. But for some reason, he felt a bit embarrassed. The senior monk who preached to him was Grandmaster Tai Ping, but he didn't mention it to his young master. And his young master's identity. Thinking of these things, he was a bit confused and started coughing. Jing Jiao glanced at him and asked, "Is the conflict of your Jinshi getting worse?" Lu Shui didn't dare to lie, so he said, "Yes." Xiaohui was very worried. Jing Jiao said, "Go to Yamatai. This problem has to be solved eventually. As for your worry, Bu Qiuxiao won't dare do anything to you as long as you don't cause any trouble." Lu Shui had told him about the scholar Yin and the pen of the guard city. At the time, he thought he could let Shui go back to Aoyama and see if the black dog had changed his mind. However, after what had happened in the Guoqiang temple, he had changed his mind. That black dog was his big brother's dog after all, so it was better for Shui to stay away from it. Lu Shui knew that Jing Jiao had changed his mind and was taken aback. After a while, he asked gingerly, "Does this mean being expelled from the mountain gate?" He had experienced being expelled from Aoyama twice. Throughout history, only Taiping Jinren and Jing Jiao had achieved this. If he had to be expelled from Aoyama again, he couldn't take it anymore. Don't overthink anything. Looking at Jing Jiao's clean and bright eyes and thinking of the past, Jing Jiao had a complicated feeling. Jing Jiao didn't want Lu Shui to become his second big brother, so he didn't want Shui to have too much contact with the black dog. In a sense, Shui was like his big brother when he was young. They were both stubborn. The formation of the Guoqiang temple suddenly sensed something. The chilly winter wind passed through the pine forest and the pagoda forest, stirring up some fine dust. A small green, curtained sedan descended from the sky. Zhao Liu and Lu Shui had seen this small green curtained sedan before, and they knew it belonged to the great Grandmaster Shui Yununnery. They couldn't help but feel surprised, wondering why he came to the Guoqiang temple. What happened next surprised them even more. "I'll wait for you at the Shenma Peak." Jing Jiao walked to the front of the small green curtained sedan and lifted the curtain after saying this to Zhao Liu. No one was behind the curtain. It was empty. He sat in the sedan. The small green curtain sedan rose up with the wind, heading toward the northeast. Shui Yununnery was right there. Watching the small green curtain sedan disappearing into the dark clouds, Zhao Liu remained silent. She sensed something was wrong when Jing Jiao was tempering the fairy book, because he seemed to be in a hurry. He had just woken up, and his body was extremely weak, but he wanted to leave the Guoqiang temple and go to Shui Yununnery immediately, and he was still in a hurry. "Why were you in such a hurry? You didn't want to stay for even a second? And why were you waiting for me at the Shenma Peak instead of me waiting for you at the Shenma Peak? Would you go back earlier than me?" Shui Yununnery was also at the shore of the East Sea, not far from the Guoqiang temple. It didn't take long for Jing Jiao, who was sitting in the small green curtained sedan, to smell the sea breeze and then the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. The small green curtained sedan landed in the deep part of the Shui Yununnery. Jing Jiao pulled open the curtain and walked out. The master of Shui Yununnery was waiting for him. This master of the nunnery had a delicate appearance, but she was not so eye-catching compared to Shui Yununnery, who was famous for her beauty. The expression in her eyes was calm and amiable, giving people the impression that she was a common girl next door. Shui Yununnery was one of the major sects at the Plum meeting and had a very high status in the cultivation circle. If someone thought that this master of the nunnery was a common girl, they would be seeking death. Jing Jiao bowed with one hand. Seeing his severely deformed arm, the master of the nunnery said, "Thank you for your hard work." Jing Jiao said, "This is what I should do." The master of the nunnery didn't say anything more. She led him to the meditation room along the lakeside. She was fully aware of how hard her big sister had been through these years, so she didn't have a good impression of the Aoyama sect and Jingjiu. The master of the nunnery was the young sister of the three sages. The trees by the lakeside were much fewer than before. Jingjiu didn't know if it had anything to do with the suggestion. He didn't like the fragrance of the osmanthus flowers, but the scene of the branches of the osmanthus slanting on the surface of the lake was indeed beautiful. There was a round hole in the wall of the meditation room. If one looked out from the room, the view of the lake would be like the surface of a fan. If one looked in from the outside, one would see the harmonious Zen intent. All Jingjiu could see was Guidong, who was sleeping soundly. The door of the meditation room was on the other side. Jingjiu walked in through the round window. In the next moment, the meditation room emitted countless golden lights, overshadowing the scenery of the lake and the mountains. It was spring in Shuiyu Nunnery. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.